Ups if you unmute your mic. Kia ora everyone. I think we're okay. For some reason, YouTube went live for 16 seconds and then disconnected, but I think we're all good now. We'll see if that comes up. Because my chat box disappeared. Cool. Nope, we got chat on both platforms. Oh, yay. We're good. We're good. I have a fresh cup of hot black coffee and I also have Tim Tam, so I have to do a Tim Tam slam because that's just the rules. Put those back in the fridge so they stay cold as well. They're like some sort of deluxe Tim Tam, so they got extra coating and extra chocolate and all sorts of stuff. Bailiff, hello. Now it's just checking. Is it okay to shorten to Faye, or do you prefer Bailiff? It's so pretty. I love your rebrand name. Also, thank you. This is technically a cardigan. I think it's a scarf that someone cut in half and sewed together, and turned it into like a little wrap. I don't know. I love it. It's great to just throw on. Yeah. And we got a skull on here. I'm technically wearing pajamas. This is technically a t-shirt that I slept in and then pajama pants, and I just chucked this on so it'd look a little bit more put together. Faye is totally cool. Oh, good. Alright. I've got a hot cup of coffee and I've got Tim Tam, so I have to do a Tim Tam slam, so I'm just heading out for that. Which, if you're unaware, is when you take a Tim Tam and you bite the corners off, and then you drink coffee through your Tim Tam. It melts the middle, and they go all like, they go delicious. It's so good. If you ever get the opportunity. I should have done this before I went live, but you know. So you use it like a straw, and it melts the middle. It's so good. So good. So messy. So good. But yes. Hello. Right, now that I have done my Tim Tam slam, I can actually start properly. I'm doing good, thank you, Faye. I'll get it in my head. Yeah, it's been a really chill morning. What did I do this morning? I set up and baked. I set up a loaf of sourdough last night. So I'd make sourdough in my bread maker now. I finally felt safe enough to start using my bread maker up here. So I started making bread, which Mum really liked. But she asked specifically if I could make sourdough because she loves sourdough and it's better for both of us with our intolerances. So I was like, I wonder. So I started experimenting with making sourdough in the bread maker. Works great, by the way. It took some fiddling, but we got there. And so now at this point, my starter is like a month old, a month active. So it's getting like really potent now, and it's so good. So I set that up last night. So I mix it at night in the machine, and then I just leave it overnight in the machine to rise. And I woke up this morning, and it was like hitting the top of the machine. It was so active and so like at the top, and Mum was like, holy crap, that's this active sourdough now. And I was like, yep, because the longer it's going, the more potent it becomes in the fermentation process. So now it's like at that point of like every time we make a loaf. So I baked that off this morning, and so I had fresh sourdough for breakfast. It was delicious, and it's really starting to taste like that sourdough tang now, so it's getting really good. So yeah, the loaves are just getting better and better as we progress, but it's getting to the point now I'm like, maybe I'm gonna have to start making smaller loaves because it's expanding so much in the bread maker. But yeah, so that's the big thing that I did this morning, and then it was just pottering around and getting ready for stream. But it's really nice to be making bread again, so having fresh bread. Perfection! Hello! Welcome in. You're right on time. You're right on time. Okay, YouTube seems to have fixed itself. I went live on YouTube and it like only went live for 16 seconds and then it stopped. So hopefully we're all good now on the YouTube side as well. But it seems to be stable now. I don't know why it only went for 16 seconds. I've been having some glitchy stuff this morning, so I had to reset the router and all sorts of stuff. But yeah. Other than that, it's been pretty good. For those that were here on Friday, during Friday's stream, we had one of the quickest endings I've ever had to do, and I never got a chance to fully explain it because I had to go, because we had a situation. Nothing bad. It's actually all positive. But I knew if the situation arose, it was literally I was going to drop and go. And Mum was aware as well that if this happened during a stream, that I'd just end my stream and go. And luckily on Friday, I was ready to go and started stream an hour and a half early because I was just ready. So by the time this happened, I'd actually been streaming for 4 hours, even though I ended stream early. So it worked out really well.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Yeah, so just hello, welcome in. That will be a refresher from when you previously subscribed, because I've left the affiliate program, so that is no longer, there are no subscribers, but you still get my emotes even though I'm no longer in the affiliate program. It's just giving you the auto because, yeah, but enjoy your non-existent sub now. Hello, welcome in. So yeah, on Friday, the reason why I had to bolt so quickly is we had a stray cat that we had finally managed to catch. So there is a stray that's been living around here for 2 years that we nicknamed Piggy Wiggy, or rather Mum nicknamed Piggy Wiggy. Originally it was going to be Night, like Night with a K, because we have Shadow. Shadow is the cat that you'll see pop up on stream often. He's a gorgeous black cat, little triangular marking here, and then a little bit of white on his belly. Either someone tried to dump this cat at the river at the bottom of the hill, or dumped it at Mum's, like under the deck, because this cat was an exact duplicate of Shadow. So someone saw Shadow running around the property and presumed either, you know, this was his brother, this was, you know, the family resemblance between them is incredible. They are absolute little twins. Piggy Wiggy was just a much smaller version of Shadow. Sammy, hello. You can't stay, you're off to Sacred Circle. All good, I'm glad you could pop in, hun. We're just explaining about Piggy Wiggy adventures. But yeah, so Piggy Wiggy is a stray. He did not trust anybody. He was very feral. He did get to the point where he trusted Mum, because Mum is a soft heart when it comes to cats. And so she had been feeding him, and he would even come inside and rub up against his leg, against her leg, but Mum could not touch him. That was the key. He would come inside when he wanted company and he wanted food, and there was like a towel he would sleep on, and he was perfectly content coming inside as long as Mum didn't touch him. So she never did. And he and Shadow were like BFFs, and they would go running off in the bush together and play together, and they look like twins, except Piggy Wiggy is much smaller. So for 2 years, it's been status quo. Mum did ring the SPCA when Piggy Wiggy turned up, because he was living under our deck. But the SPCA said, look, we don't have room to take him. He's not injured. He's not hurt. We can't actually come and get him, because as much as they want to get every stray, it was kitten season. There was no room. And so Mum just took upon herself to start feeding him. So for 2 years, all has been good. But then a few weeks ago, we noticed that Piggy Wiggy was limping really, really badly. And it was his front leg was really badly injured. And so then we rang the SPCA, because we still couldn't touch him. He had gotten to the point where I could be in the room with him now. So he would come inside when I was in the lounge, but he still would jump at the sound of my walking frame rolling on the wooden ground, for example. He didn't like loud noises, wouldn't come anywhere near me. I did feed him some treats, and he did kind of get a little bit more cozy when I fed him treats. So, you know, he was starting to trust me. But yeah, we rang the SPCA, and they came out to try and catch him, because this time he's injured, and he's an injured stray, and he needs looking after. And Piggy Wiggy just bolted on this leg, like bolted into the bush, and we're surrounded by bush here, so there was no chance that SPCA was going to be able to catch him. All good, hun. We'll see you later. Have fun. Proud of you for trying. So yeah, the SPCA tried to catch him, couldn't catch him, so they gave us a humane trap in order to try and get him into it, because he, you know, trusted us and would live around the house. And for 2 weeks solid, Piggy Wiggy outsmarted this trap. Like, the amount of times. So at one stage we put Ham into this cage. So it was like a wire cage that had a pressure plate. Now, Piggy Wiggy is tiny and light, so we were concerned, especially because it's his front paws that he had injured. So we're like, he might not even want to step on that pressure plate at the moment. And if he did, he's going to have to step right over it to activate it with his back legs to even set things off. So we did things like put Ham in this cage, and he worked out how to hook the ham from in front of the plate so that he could eat the ham without setting off the plate. We put in a can of tuna, and he worked out how to swipe the can of tuna so it went under the pressure plate, so then he could hop over the pressure plate without setting it off to eat the can of tuna. Yeah, so at one stage he came in and I was feeding him treats, and he was literally eating the treats out of my hands, so he was right there. So I took a chance and I grabbed him by the neck, and you know, because cats you can grab by the neck, the back of the neck, where it's actually safe to grab them. So I did manage to grab him and then scoop under his arm. So I've got like scratches that have been healing on my hands. And I managed to get him into the cage, but the cage was latched open and he didn't go far enough to set off the plate, and I couldn't get the cage lid down in time to get him in there. To seal him and trap him in there. And so like in between each of these times that we've attempted to get him, he's gone and bolted into the bush, and then we've had to tempt him back and like coax him that he's safe again. There was one point where Mum waited 2 days and he came into the lounge and he was sleeping in the lounge again. Then she went to grab him, and he just bolted before she even got near. So yeah, in the end, the way that Mum finally got him, because we were coming up to the weekend again, and it was a 2-day period where we couldn't take him out to the SPCA because they only had a vet on from 11 till 1 that deals with strays. So she caught him at 12:30 on a Friday, which is why I had to like go, guys, I gotta go, we've got to get this cat out to the SPCA. But what she ended up doing is we basically moved every single available food source for him, even keeping the house closed up because sometimes he would eat Shadow's leftovers. We made sure there was nothing outside he could eat. We did not put any food out for him, which felt really, really awful. We made sure Shadow's bowls weren't available to him. And then what we did do is we took a can of tuna, because he was eating cans of tuna, and I had taped some string around it and tied it to the back of the cage so that it couldn't be moved. So that was our little invention to, you know, really tempt him in, make sure he couldn't do the plate thing again. And then we left that out for 2 days, and he was sniffing around because he could smell it, but he wouldn't go into the cage. So what Mum did was she grabbed some sachets of cat food, and she grabbed one that Shadow doesn't like but Piggy Wiggy would eat, and she set up a trail going right into the cage on the deck. Like, the deck is covered in cat food at the moment, but the birds are having a great time with it. And then she sat on the deck with the cage open and this trail going out. And she sat there for almost like over an hour. This is how long she was waiting. And so Shadow came and sniffed around the cage and even looked like he was going to go into the cage, but then walked away because it's the food he doesn't like. But because Shadow was willing to go around it, Piggy Wiggy decided to come up, and then he started merging into the cage and following the little trail. And when he was in, Mum went and manually pressed that pressure plate to set off the cage. And that's why she was screaming wahoo, because she finally caught him. So that was how Mum finally managed to catch Shadow, to catch Piggy Wiggy. So that's why she was like screaming wahoo, because finally caught this cat after 2 weeks. And so yeah, he was angry. Like when we took the cage down to the car, he was hissing and spitting and he was so pissed off. And we did have the cage wrapped in a sheet so that he would like feel a little safer and a little calmer. He was still very angry, but you know, we had to do it. So Friday afternoon we got him out to the SPCA. We asked them to get him out of the car because just getting that cage to the car was the mission for me and Mum. So they came out to the car and they like opened up the sheet a little bit to see him, and it was just hiss, hiss, hiss. And they're like, yeah, he's not happy right now. But yeah, he's currently out at the SPCA. They also, from our description, suspect it's a broken leg, which is completely fixable. The SPCA here does not euthanize unless the cat is going to be in too much pain, and they don't think it's a situation where they need to euthanize. It just looks like a broken leg. So what will happen now is he's being treated. He will be advertised as a lost cat because he is technically a stray. But after 2 years of living here, he isn't likely to be claimed, which is valid. So they will advertise him as a stray, and then after a certain amount of period, because it's more than likely he's an abandoned cat, he will be hopefully he will be rehomed. So when they are helping him and fixing him up, they're also going to be working on socialization training, because he can be a sweet cat when he trusts a person. And Mum was never able to fully socialise him because she's actually highly allergic and not meant to have cats. Like, her skin specialist has told her, you need to get rid of your cat. She's like, I can't get rid of my cat. Which is part of the reason why I've been training Shadow to come and sleep with me, so that he doesn't at least go into Mum's room, and we can try and set up a bit of a cleaner room for her that doesn't trigger her allergies. But she's cat mad like me, so, you know, couldn't be helped. So yeah, he's out, hopefully will be socialised and then go to a loving new home, which, as sad as we are to not have Piggy Wiggy around, because he is a sweet cat when he trusts you, it's also like we already have one cat we're not meant to have here. We shouldn't really have a second. The thing is, if after he's all fixed up, they can't socialise him because they don't euthanize cats, he will be returned to where he was found, aka our place. Which Mum has already said, look, if this is what needs to happen, I'm happy with that. I will continue to feed and look after him. But he is a stray. Like, we can't catch him to give him worming treatments. We can't flea him. He's never been de-sexed because we've never been able to catch him. And so he is still a stray. Like, we've given him a nickname, we feed him, we try to keep him safe because there's a lot of, again, we're surrounded by bush, there's a lot of animals around here as well. So we look after him the best we can, but we also aren't responsible for him. But yeah, I do think that because they are used to dealing with feral cats and they know how to socialise him, I am fairly confident that they will be able to socialise him. He is still very small. He is kind of kittenish. He's about 3 years old. Like, between 2 and 3. We've had him here for 2 years, and he was dropped off as a kitten. So he is a very young cat, and I reckon he will be socialised quite lovely and become a really sweet little cat. To the right family, which is what they'll do. So yeah. So that's why Friday we had to kind of just bolt, because I had the 30 minutes to get him out, and we really wanted him to be seen because that leg is bad. Like, at this point it started healing and he was starting to put a little bit more pressure on it, but you could tell it was painful and you could tell it wasn't right. So I'm feeling much better now he's out getting looked after. But the sad part is that Piggy Wiggy is Shadow's best friend. Shadow has a tendency to find the strays and bring them home. There are multiple strays that will come into the house to feed, and they will follow Shadow. It's like Shadow goes around and goes, hey, you're not doing well, or you're having a bad time, come to my house. My mum feeds me good food. Come eat my food. And so he'll just bring friends home all the time, which is really sweet when you think about it. But yeah, Piggy Wiggy and Shadow were absolute BFFs, and so like Piggy Wiggy would wait outside for Shadow, and Shadow would come inside and like yell at him to come in, and they would curl up together and they'd go playing in the bush together. And so Shadow keeps on looking around for Piggy Wiggy, which is really sad. Like, and he's doing these strange meows because he's like, he's missing his friend, and you can tell he keeps on going out to the deck and looking all around the bush for Piggy Wiggy, and goes to the deck where he is, and then he keeps on curling up on the towel Piggy Wiggy used to sleep on because Piggy Wiggy's not here. So it's like, oh, yeah, it's sad. But anyway, we're not meant to be here talking about the cats, and I've just talked about the cats for 20 minutes. Shadow definitely helped, though. That is why Piggy Wiggy was willing to go into the cage, because Shadow went into the cage but didn't eat the food, so walked out of the cage, which showed Piggy Wiggy it was safe. And Mum didn't set off the cage, obviously, when Shadow was in the cage. She set it off when Piggy Wiggy was in the cage. But anyway, we're here to colour, and we are going to get this page done today. So, this is our Rainbow Candy Gingerbread Village. I'm going to move that cup of coffee way off the table, just in case I bump it. So, when I had to bolt last time, we had just about finished this first carriage. We've got the second carriage with the gingerbread men, and then the cupcake carriage, and then the train, and all the elements are done, and we just have our cats to go. So we'll finish off the train, we'll do our cat's clothes, then the cat's fur itself. Once all that's done, all we have to do is glitter the sky. So I am really confident we are going to get this done today, and we may even have to switch to a new page in the middle of stream. Right, zoom in, bring you in. So yes, after all that big rambly tangent about everything going on, how's everyone else doing? How is everyone doing? How's your day going? What are we up to? Who's colouring along? Who's doing what? Yeah, that's where Shadow is right now. He's gone hunting in the bush, which is why he's not in here right now. He's still looking for looking for Piggy Wiggy at the moment, which is sad when you think about it. But again, it's for the best. We will finally complete this page today. We finally will. And it's going to be so hard for me not to just jump to another page in this book. But I've got so many other things that I want to get coloured today, and in general this month. But I can tell you right now that we will be going back to this book relatively soon. Right, so the only thing I had left to do was these cookies at the bottom of this first tree. Oh look, comes with a free cat here. Thank you, Shadow. Yeah, we've just got to shade up these cookies, which I had started, and then we'll do all the frosting in the centre of these cookies. I don't know what type of cookies they are, but some sort of cookie. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure what we're going to move on to after this. I have a few options, so I might ask you guys when we get there. I might do, I've got quite a few whips, so I might pull out a few of the whips. And then I've got a few pages in progress that I want to do. We might tackle one of my challenge books. A book that I've been putting off for so long, which is the Disney Dreams book. Kind of what I'm leaning towards, and we'll just have to figure that one out together because I have no idea how I'm going to do that one yet. That one will be a real, like, starting at the start, figuring things out, all sorts of stuff. I just realised something too. Oh no, we're good. Because the YouTube disconnected and then reconnected. I was like, hang on, did it reconnect on a different thingy-mabob? Technical stuff in the background. It's fine. It's just me having a, like, oh, did I do this moment? Blah went to sleep at 3 a.m. I did wonder, because some of your messages, the times that they came through when I saw them, I was like, you probably haven't been to sleep or haven't slept well tonight. Because I'm not used to getting messages from you. Like, I'm used that you might send one after I've gone to sleep, because it's not that late for you over there, but then, like, getting one in the middle of the night, or getting one first thing in the morning, like, because I got a reply from you at 7 a.m. my time, and I was like, oh, you're awake early. Yeah, well, if you need to go and get some more sleep at any point, please feel free to, but you know you're always welcome to lurk. I'm glad you can be here early. I know you're one of my usually joins in later peeps, and that's all good. And you never know, maybe the chill atmosphere will help you find that sleepiness and you can just get some catch-up sleep. I ended up going to bed really early last night, and I was going to, I had some messages that I was going to send before I fell asleep, but I went into the bed and I pulled the blankets over me, and Shadow jumped up on the bed and lay down directly on my chest, which is something he doesn't normally do, but again, I think he's missing his friend and was looking for comfort. And then, because he was on my chest and I was just like really comfy, I just out like that, and that's not always common for me, but I was pretty exhausted. Mum did a market yesterday, and so I drove her to the market, and then I picked her up, and that also meant loading her stuff into the car. She doesn't have as much stuff as she used to for market, so it's actually not a bad job now, but it's still a little bit of physicality, and I do feel my arms today, like I can tell I lifted a gazebo yesterday. So I can feel it. It's like a little sore. And Mum was pretty shocked too, because it's like it's been a while since she's been able to get to a market, so yeah, but it was nice. That's why, for example, sometimes on public holidays I would do streams, but I don't stream on New Year's Day because my mum traditionally always has a market, and that is like I'm booked out on that day because I always help her at the New Year's one because it's usually one of her busiest markets. So unless I go live on my phone and show you guys time at a market, which I could do, it's quite fun being at a market. We could just do a just chatting stream and hang out. You can just see market vibes. But yeah, I generally don't stream on New Year's Day because of that. I love it when cats with that plus whimpering. Yeah, he will curl up on the bed beside me. He usually sleeps by my legs, and he will jump off in the middle of the night and go and sleep in the hallway. So I think he gets either too warm or too cold on my bed. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, he doesn't spend the whole night on my bed. He will jump off and go and sleep in the hallway. He's got a little spot in the hallway he loves sleeping in. But then, yeah, he normally just sleeps at my legs. So it was really surprising that he was on my chest. But again, I think he was looking for comfort. So, but I am also the type of person that tosses and turns a lot in their sleep. Like, I'll go to bed and I'll go to sleep in your standard sleeping position with my head at the top and my feet at the bottom, and then I'll wake up. And so, like, you know, if I'm sleeping like it's 12 o'clock, I'll wake up and my head will be at like 4 o'clock and my feet are off the edge of the bed and I've just rotated right around, or like my head goes the other way. So yeah, I tend to move a lot in my sleep. And I know, because when I woke up this morning, I knew I had not tossed and turned a lot because I hadn't moved that much. I was at about like the equivalent of 1 o'clock, so I had moved to the side a bit. My feet were slightly at an angle, but I hadn't fully rotated around, and I could tell because my back was like really stiff, and that's always a sign to me how much I've moved in the night as well, is how stiff my back is, which is I think part of the reason why I subconsciously move a lot in my sleep, because with ankylosing spondylitis, you need to move because your back gets inflamed when you don't move. It's basically a catch-22. It hurts to move, but it hurts if you don't move, and so it's most painful in the morning when I wake up because I've been sleeping and haven't moved. Every cat I've ever had like sleeping near my head or face. Ah. Yeah. I think that's mostly because Mum has kind of trained him not to sleep or not to rub it on her face, because he does like it. But again, with Mum and her allergies, like, a big no. So I think because she's kind of trained him not to be on her face. So I think, yeah. But yeah, no, Shadow is usually quite comfy in my legs, like in between my legs. Like, that sounds dodgy. By my feet, but in between my legs. But yeah, or else if I've like gone slightly on my side, he'll be behind my knees. And I think that's usually where he sleeps with Mum too, is behind her knees. Yeah, I don't know where he's at right now though. I know he went outside for a while, but he would usually be in by now, so he might be doing a good hunt. Because again, we are surrounded by bush, so he will go into the bush and go play and chase after birds and all sorts of stuff. There's this wood pigeon, and not a tui, but it's another type of like wood pigeon. It is like chonky, this wood pigeon. Like, we recognize it. He knows that he can get a good feed here, because we chuck out like veggie scraps and stuff onto the lawn for the birds and stuff like that. So the birds around here get good feed, because we are surrounded by bush and there are a lot of native birds, so we do like to feed the birds around here. And Shadow just doesn't even care. He likes to pretend to chase them, but he doesn't catch the birds. He just likes watching them. But there's one where Shadow is definitely too lazy to chase after him, and he knows it. He's like the king of the birds, and so he likes coming down and teasing Shadow. And then Shadow will just lie there and be like, look dude, I can't be bothered chasing you. Mum gives me food. Go eat your bread and leave me alone, or something. There is, like, I really am grateful to be living at Mum's and being up here. It's a beautiful place to live. Like, so much bush. As I said, the view out my window, especially when I get these trees chopped down, and I'll be able to see down to the river and the mountain. Like, it's really peaceful around here. There is one downside that I have discovered in the last couple of days that I entirely forgot about, and that is that ants exist. Because my apartment was concrete in the center of town, and technically there was a river that flowed partially under it. I say river, it's more like a stream. But it was partially built over a stream, so ants weren't a thing in my apartment. And then here, the last couple of days, I've gone out to the bench and there'll be ants. Now, if it's one or two, it's fine. But if it's a lot of ants, I don't like ants. And I'm actually a little phobic of ants. And my mum is aware of this. So, like, this morning, I went out to the bench and there was an ant, and I was like, oh God, and I just drowned it. She's like, yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but there were a few this morning that I drowned for you and I took care of, and I was like, thank you. Because, ugh. So yeah, like, one or two or three in a big space I can handle, but when there's a lot of them, it's just like, nope, 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 nope. And my mum knows that I'm phobic of them. Which I have no reason to be, because in New Zealand, in Aotearoa, like, we don't have dangerous ants. The reason why I'm terrified of ants is when I was 5, my mum went out and left me with my dad. Because, you know, left dad in charge. And when she got back, I was crying, and she realized that I was watching a movie where there were these giant ants that ate people alive. And I was terrified, and she was pissed off at Dad because this was not like, I was a kid. I was like 5 or 6 when this happened. But this was like a adult movie. Like it was a terrible 70s or 80s horror movie, but it was basically about a town with ants that ate people alive. And the ants were red ants, which we don't even get in Aotearoa. Like, there is no logical reason, but that movie and that fear has stuck in my head my whole life. So yeah, she's aware. She came home to me screaming because of this film and blew a gasket at Dad and was like, why the frick are you letting her watch this movie? And I have been terrified of ants ever since. I don't mind spiders. I don't mind bugs. Like, or because we're surrounded by bush, we do get slugs here that sometimes like to make their way in, and it's like, ooh, gross, but I'll pick them up and chuck them outside for the birds. Like cockroaches, wetters are quite a massive thing here. Like any sort of bug, I'm just like, oh, that's kind of cool. Spiders, snakes are freaking awesome. We don't have snakes in Aotearoa. Snakes are highly illegal here. But when I went to Australia, I got told a snake and I was like, this is the coolest day of my life. But yeah, any bugs like that, they're like, I can go like, ew, gross, but pick them up and be like, it's fine. Ants, nah, can't do swarms of ants. You would have hated my room because last year I had an ant nest in the wall. Oh, no. Oh, yuck. Yeah. Nah. And again, I know they're logically harmless. I'm aware it's a stupid phobia. But it is something that I'm like, But yeah, it's also the same in the art room. Every once in a while, I'll be on the desk and then there's a scout ant. Because of course I've got a fridge in here and I do eat in here. And I'm just like, go away. So yeah, they cannot find their way in here. I will prevent it. But yeah, I'll be alright. I freaking hate ants. But, you know, sometimes we have those phobias and those things that make us uncomfortable that are illogical, but there is still, it doesn't make them any less real because it is still a phobia. And as I said, 1 or 2 ants on its own I can handle. It's when it's a swarm of ants that I'm just like, nope. They're all in one space, it's easy, because then I just grab water and I'm like, drown. Sounds really mean, but yeah, it just adds to the one thing I can't do. I wish my mic would pick up all the bird song. I would like to chop down the trees and then actually hang a bird feeder outside my window, because there is actually like a little window ledge that I could actually put one on possibly, or find a way to attach it to the window on the outside. I can't do it from the outside because of the height of this, but I could find a way to like attach it to the window from inside the room, because I'm on the 2nd story here. But sometimes, because there's a couple of like cobwebs and stuff around the outside of the window, and so sometimes the birds will come up and just eat like the little bugs and stuff like that, and the moths, and it's just like, they're real pretty. So I'd like to, again, trim down the tree that does hit the window sometimes, and then get a bird feeder that can go on the outside of the window, because you can get like suction ones too. So I should be able to like reach out the window, suction that to the window, and then I can fill it up. And then we'd get some birds visiting as well. I did start doing the shadows on this one. I should finish the shadows on this one. Don't know why I'm scared, but I always remember being terrified of them. And see, that's valid too. I know a lot of people that don't like cockroaches. Mum doesn't like wetters. Wetters are kind of like cockroaches. Except they're technically protected. So you're not meant to kill them. And she's like, look, I've got to deal with the wetters. They're okay if they're outside. They come inside, they get flushed down the toilet. But yeah, we are again surrounded by bush here, so we do get the few critters, and it's just part and parcel of being in the bush and being in this area. Because the house itself is at the end of a cul-de-sac, so we have neighbours on one side, and then the other side actually has a super long driveway that goes down to 4 houses, but they're like well past our property. It's quite a long driveway. And that driveway is on the hill that goes down to the farmland and then the river and the valley that I look over. So one side of the house basically has no neighbours, and then the other side has a house right there that is the neighbours, but our section is also super long, and so there's like the top section where the house is, and then there's another section down the bottom, and this is entirely surrounded by bush and actually backs onto bush as well. So yeah, there's just a whole lot of trees and plants and things that make me sneeze, and but it is really peaceful. But yeah, because the other side of the property is like a hill that overlooks farmlands and all sorts of like the hill, farmland, and then the valley. There is also like cows and sheep. It's not like a proper farm, but it's like a little farmlet that a couple of the neighbours go together and they raise a couple of sheep and cows for home kill. So there's a couple of those around as well. Wetters. Yeah, W-E-A-T-A. Like that. You googled it? Yeah. If you don't like cockroaches, wouldn't recommend googling wetters. But as I said, they're technically protected. Yeah, so... But a lot of people don't like them. I think they're kind of cool. But I can see why people don't like them. A little bit of grey. Technically, all this white frosting on this side would actually be more on the grey side. Because shadows are a thing. I'm doing that thing where I'm blocking your view again. Sorry. One day I'll get into the habit, or I'll get a USB hub that I can plug my cameras into so I can set up my triple camera overview that I want to do. Because I'd love to be able to actually have the overhead camera that shows you the full page and then have a camera that's down lower on my left so that you're looking more as I work in a section and it's zoomed right in. But that would also mean buying another camera, which I could technically take my face cam and use that and then just use my laptop camera for the face cam, but it's not a good camera on my laptop. But yeah, that would be the ideal, is that we have a close-up, an overview, and then the face cam. But that's a like one day eventually. Plus, I need a computer that can also handle processing 3 cameras as well while live streaming. Maybe one day. Oh, coffee. This is like my second massive cup of coffee today. I've had so much coffee already. So I got my new set of Ohuhu markers. Went for the 216 set because the 320 set isn't in stock till June. Nice! I know, I think it's Ohuhu themselves are doing giveaways for the 320 set at the moment. Yellow Beans was talking about it on their stream yesterday. Like, there's a bunch of stuff you have to do for it, but there is a colouring contest and you can win the full 320. I think they put out like a 25-page advent calendar type colouring page. But it doesn't... The thing is, the image doesn't interest me to colour. But it is a quite cute... It's one of those cute, cozy type colouring pages, but it's an advent style calendar. So, and you got all month to colour it. So if you're looking to get in the draw, because it is international. And yeah, it's, if you just go to Ohuhu Instagram, and you can win a free 20 set. So, if I can get it printed and then have the time, maybe I'll give it a go. It's also being drawn randomly, so it doesn't matter on your skill level. What I need to really print off is actually the Copics colour chart, so that I can swatch all my Copics that I brought and figure out what ones I need to get refills for. I haven't done that yet. I forgot to shade this orange. It doesn't need much though, because it is kind of mostly in the sun. Getting a new Ohuhus a Monday, but my Ohuhus are running low and it's cheaper compared to buying the refills. Yeah, I did. So I did look into, because most of my alcohol markers are just a mixed assorted set of markers and very cheap ones. And so I was doing price comparisons between the Ohuhus and Copics and things like that. And like, you can buy Ohuhus in New Zealand now. There's one place that does it, which is Moon Art. If anyone's in Aotearoa looking for Ohuhus. So they do get in and are a licensed seller of Ohuhus in New Zealand. But they don't sell the refills. And that's my big thing about pencils and sets, is that I want the ability to buy the colour individually and I want to be able to refill it if it's a marker. And so even though Copics are more expensive, because I can buy them individually and I can buy the refills easily in New Zealand, then I was like, it's actually better value for me to go for Copics. And then I had a Kiwi-based follower who I've actually brought some supplies off before message me, because they actually decided to get rid of their Copics because they've decided to switch to Ohuhus. And so I actually ended up getting like 80 Copics very, very cheaply. I was like, that's fine. Some of them are dried out, but again, they're refillable. So it's actually, yeah. And that's it. Copics are much cheaper if you already have the markers. So, because once you buy that refill, you've got multiple reusers. So, yeah, that's what made the decision for me. So I am going to be slowly swapping my alcohol markers over for Copics. Because now I have about 90 Copics. But I still need to colour swatch what colours I have and figure out what I need to buy refills for. Oh my goodness! Hello, hello! A story of sorts. Welcome in. And... ooh, let's do the buttons. Let's do the buttons! Yay! The Story of Sorts is a gorgeous streamer on Twitch that I discovered this morning, because they do colouring. They do some really cute, cozy colouring. Also gaming, and very into books, which I know we have a few book friends amongst us. But yeah, definitely a great cozy place if you enjoy colouring. I'm slowly finding all the colourists on Twitch and bringing us all together. I'm determined. I want to find all the colourists. It was so fun in there and I really enjoyed it. Lots of like really good chats as well, and just a lovely vibe. It was a perfect place to hang while getting ready for stream. But yes, for any of our new friends that might have followed along, kia ora. My name is Amy, aka Amy Ward Art. I am a colourist based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Yes, it is morning here. It's almost 11 a.m. here on Sunday morning in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So yeah, I also do colouring. That is my whole thing. So we do cozy colouring streams here as I work on different colouring pages. Right now we are working on this rainbow candy gingerbread village spread, and this is from a gorgeous book called Story of Precious Cats by Neko. It is a Japanese colouring book. It is cats getting into all sorts of mischief. It is absolutely gorgeous, and so we are finishing off this page today. We are so close. We're working on the train at the moment, and then once we've finished the train we just have to finish our cat characters and then put some glitter in the sky. So yeah, if you like rainbows, glitter, cozy vibes, that's where we're at here. And yes, a story of sorts. I know we raid out at the end of stream because we're done, and so if you need to raid and fade or go do some self-care, please feel free to. If you want to hang around and lurk and vibe for a while, feel free to as well. We have a lot of people that just kind of like lurk and vibe and hang and colour along while I'm streaming, so whatever you feel comfortable doing. You want to stay in chat, you want to go, you got to go and do some self-cares, please do the self-cares. Same for anyone that followed in with the raid. If you need to do some self-cares, please do the self-cares. Yeah, 12 hours separate us. They do. It is about 12 hours. Looks cool. So much detail. It's definitely, this page has been ongoing for quite a few months. There's definitely a lot of little details on the page, but I'm loving how it's coming together, especially because it's so like rainbow and bright. Like, so much candy, so much rainbow, so many little details. So it's very good to be on that home stretch and know that we're very close to finishing. We will be finishing this page today. I can tell you right now, we will be finishing this page today. Bar an emergency, like last time when I had to end stream suddenly. Yeah, I'd love to try them one day, but I can't look how expensive they are, but I know they're a good investment, but I don't think I'll try them for another year or so. Yeah, so we're just talking Ohuhus versus Copics, by the way, a story of sorts. It really depends on accessibility, because I know Ohuhus are much cheaper to purchase than a Copic. And if you are able to access the refills, which they are expanding the colour range on, I think they're up to about 80 or so refills now. So if you can access those refills, and if you can access open stock Ohuhus, I would recommend Ohuhus. Like, straight up, if you can access them, Ohuhus. The issue is for me here in Aotearoa is I can't access refills, I can't access individual colours. And I am also, again, one of those people that tends to collect sets. I don't buy a big 320 set. I buy pencil by pencil or marker by marker and slowly expand my colour range. So when you're paying, like, it might only be $5 for me to go and get an Ohuhu marker, but I had to pay $35 shipping. Whereas here, I could pay the $10 for the Copic with free shipping. And so that's one of the big key differences. And then I can access the refills here. So when I look at it in that sense, Copics are a better value because I can refill them and access those refills. Now, in 5 years' time, that might completely change. Ohuhus might be in stock in stores in New Zealand. And then it might be a case of, oh, okay. But I also think it's going to take longer than 5 years for me to complete the Copic collection, if I even complete the Copic collection. And it might be that I stub in some Ohuhus. So, yeah. These also, some things, sorry, we're now like fully on a Copic tangent here. So Sarah Renee Clark on YouTube also recently did a marker video. This is the set of secondhand Copics that I got. So you can see how many markers there are in here. It's such good value. But there are 3 different types of Copic. Well, there's 4 technically. But you have the classic Copic that has your bullet nib and your chisel nib, which is a square one. You have your Copic Sketch, which has your chisel and your brush nib. And then you have the Chow, which also has your chisel and your brush tip, but is smaller. Now, there are a thing about these caps as well. And there is a fault in some of these caps that can also dry out. So that is also another thing to consider, is that with these caps, they get these little cracks on the inside. And so it's like a 15 to 20% fault rate or something like that. So I'm actually going to be going for the Chows, which I prefer the Sketch for the style of it. It's better on my hands. It's got the name on it. But I will be going for the Chows because they're better with the caps and less drying out. The majority of this, I believe, is actually Sketch, but there are quite a few Chows in here too. And then I already owned, I think, about 10 Chows before I brought this set. They've been gifted some. But yeah, I paid $60 for all these Copics. Such a good deal. Even though some of them are dried out and need refills. Still a really good deal. Yeah, I know a lot to compare both markers. The only hoo-hoo that yellows is the black marker, yeah. Yeah, so that is another point to consider as well with Copics, is because it's recently, like, the cap thing is a big issue. So if you are going to go for Copics, the Chows have a better quality lid. It never used to be an issue, it's just a quality thing that started happening. So the Chows are better for the lid, but the Chows are also a smaller marker. And I prefer the style of the Sketch, but it is something to keep in mind. So yeah, I will be getting the Chows for the rest of my sets. Alright, we need some highlights. So I imagine, like, the center of these cookies is like, I think they call them stained glass cookies, where they, like, crush up hard candies and melt it down. That's kind of what I imagine these cookies to be. We're into the Robot Transformer album. Be right back. All good, huh? I think we are just about, we've just hit our first hour. So, because it's been an hour, we do this every hour. When I'm good and actually keep track of the time, is we actually take a little break. We put down our pens or pencils for 3 minutes and we actively stretch, and it's time for you to do a self-care check-in with yourself. Do you need to hydrate? Do you need to stretch? Do you need to grab a snack? Do you need to go and get washing in and out of the machine? I'm gonna need to go and call off my stream for a bit, but yes, all good. Enjoy your lurk cookie. I've heard they're delicious. So we are just going to do a couple of stretches. Oh, and the reason why I mostly do this is because of my back. And that means that I also don't have pain. Oh, ooh, that was a few cracks. Read all the rest of those messages later on. Oh, crackle the back. Hope you're all doing good out there. I know we've got a few lurkers on Twitch and YouTube. I hope your colouring is going well. But yes, make sure you at least hydrate. Take a little stretch. It's been an hour, and I'll remind you again in an hour. Probably going to have to go to the bathroom next hour just with how much liquid I'm drinking today. Alright, so that's our little candies done there. So that is technically the first carriage done. So now we're up to the second one. This one's actually a lot easier because it's mostly all the pirouette candies and then just pirouette cookies and then just these candies. We have got a bit of the frosting, which does take a little bit. We've also, there's more of shadows here. I don't know how there is so much here on this page. Where's my brush? There is my brush. I swear the cat's hair gets everywhere. We start with the deep shadows. Of course, our light is coming down this way as well. Bring you back in a bit so you can see what I'm doing. So a lot of these cookies again are going to be in shadow just because they're on the front side of this carriage. And then we also would have a sharper top down shadow from a cookie on top. So and then basically this whole bottom lot is just in shadow. So we'd have a cast shadow from the wheel, cast shadow from the frosting, and then shadow on the left hand side because our light all comes from the right. Because these ones are basically entirely in shadow, darken them up, so there's a contrast. Contrast is our friend. Okay, right, this side here would have, again, a bit of a shadow from these guys. But the shadows would be a lot less. Most of our shadowing is going to come just from the pirouette cookie on top, casting down a shadow. Shadow from the candy, and these ones at the bottom would be a little bit more in shadow just because they're in the bottom. Little shadows where we've also got the folds. Again, because all these cookies are really not hard to shade, so I knew this carriage would actually be pretty quick. Cupcake carriage is going to take us a little while. We've still got the frosting and the gingerbread people to go though. This part's really not too bad. Because again, we're also not trying to cover up every bit of our base that we've done. We're just trying to deepen shadows where we need to deepen the shadows. Sorry, I know my hand is blocking right now. Handsy D. I just realised that the space cam is now backwards because it's meant to be me looking that way when I'm looking. Yeah, 2 seconds. No, I did change it. That's right. I already did flip it because then it's like when I lift my right, it shows as the right on here. Even though it means that I look to the wrong side. And that was partially me thinking I should swap around my camera side and my face cam side so that when I look, it looks like I'm looking at the art on the screen. I might look at that, doing that after stream. Again, I'm still playing with the setup. Okay, candies. I like shading these little swirl candies, real easy to shade as well. Indigo blue. This will be a section where I missed on the base. We'll fill that in. Alright, candy's done. Again, it's relatively straightforward. Now we do our frosting shading, which is just a light grey and a light tan. There's a bit of a cast shadow forming from the gingerbread here. We want our nice creamy frosting. So I do view it sort of like a vanilla frosting, but I didn't want to do just pure white. Because if you've ever made buttercream frosting, unless you've got, there's a special thing you can add to frosting to make it appear more white. I know you can also technically add just the tiniest drop of a pure purple, and it does neutralize the yellow in buttercream frosting and make it appear whiter. But vanilla buttercream frosting without colour usually has a slight tint of yellow to it because of the butter. So that is why we're going for that like really slightly white but slightly creamy frosting, because it is meant to be like a buttercream frosting. And when I do the frosting, I need to remember, because I was looking at this and I noticed there was a piece over here that I need to fix up off to the side. There's like a little section where I missed doing any Posca, so I need to fix that one up too. Right, gingerbread cookies and the candies on them. So the candies are straightforward. We do them just like every other candy. We add in a little bit of shading on the side, and we'll add in a sharp highlight. Sort of represent the 3D nature of each of the candies. A lot of these pencils actually need sharpening a bit. We'll use burnt sienna to do our dark red. Again, we're working in such tiny areas. Need a nice, really sharp pencil. Get in there. I do apologise if my hand is blocking a bit. I need the control. I should have really painted my nails before I went live. They need a repaint. Actually, a couple of them needed trim. They are growing out. We still have one very tiny one, but they are growing out. I won't use the russet for the orange because I actually want to use that to help shade some of the cookie to bring in the more gingery look. So just use our brown ochre. Same thing on our yellow section over here. It's going to be a nightmare to do the highlights in that. Okay. So behind the frosting would definitely all have shadow. We've got cookies at the back here that would be in shadow. I'm just marking out our shadows with a dark brown, just because it will blend in easily, and then I can deepen or define. Just making sure we get them placed right, because we've got a lot of things to consider for shadows, because each of these candies would also be creating shadow, because some of these areas are quite heavily in shadow. Because we not only have the light hitting entirely on the right hand side to consider, but all the objects as well. I think that's kind of placed right. Just ordered myself some breakfast since I'm home alone, and ordering breakfast wrap with 2 hash browns. That sounds delicious. I probably should have had more breakfast, because like I had a piece of the freshly made sourdough bread, which was warm because it was fresh out. It was so hard to cut because I technically didn't leave it long enough. Because it needs a little time to cool before you cut it, or else it just kind of crumbles because it's still too warm. But oh, it was so good because it was hot and fresh and all the butter melted, but it wasn't really like, it was just bread. It wasn't really like, I like to have a little bit of protein. It wasn't like I should have cooked some eggs to go with it or something. So I'm already like, I'm a bit hungry, but you know. It's okay. I can always go out and get another piece and put some cheese on it or something. I am kind of craving spicy noodles though, so I think we'll do ramen for lunch. I can do relatively quickly too. Yeah, now we're just loading in some burnt sienna, and this will add in sort of that red gingery tones, because we do want these to be gingerbread. Like, these are the actual only gingerbread in this gingerbread village. When I was basing the colours, we did think for a while, like, if we were going to do these cookies as a different type of cookie, but I thought it would be a good nod to actually have these be gingerbread people, since we took away all the other gingerbread and made it into other shortbreads and different flavour cookies and stuff like that. So I like that these are actually gingerbread. Should get some gingerbread. I like after Christmas when all the, because a lot of like specialty gingerbread comes out at Christmas, like chocolate dipped gingerbread and lots of different things like that. So I like how after Christmas or towards Christmas they go on clearance. And it's like I stock up then. I stock up on so many treats when they start going on special. So good. Deepen the shadow of this cookie towards the back because this guy is really in shadow. Bit of russet to these lighter areas. I didn't quite have the colours I needed to base in Inktense, so we will be going a little more than usual over the pencil, just to really bring in those reddy ginger tones that I was missing for the Inktense at the time. That I could now pull off because of the additional pencils that I've been sent, which does make me think we might have to change some of our kitty colours, because I know originally I was struggling with some of my browns, but I have better browns now. So I might have to look at our colour chart next time we work on one of these pages and decide if these actually a couple of colours we're going to swap over for our bases, just to have that better colour payoff. Did you see an hourly timer? I've got the time that I'm watching on the screen, so I can tell it's been half an hour. But I should actually set the hourly timer, which I'll do on the next break. I have gingerbread. I hate gingerbread because I hate ginger. That's valid. Also, hello new Twitch follower. Thank you so much for following. Feel free to pop in and say hi, or if you just want to keep lurking in the shadows, feel free to do that as well. We have anonymous follows here. But I appreciate you, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, I've just got a little, like I can see the live time on my screen. Spare Room Studio. Hello, Jackie. How are you doing? Lovely to see you, hun. How are you doing on this fine Sunday? I'm doing excellent, thank you. We're doing very, very well. I'm just excited because I know we're going to finish this page today. And it's just exciting to know that this monstrosity of a whip we've been working on forever will be done. It feels like it's been forever, even though it's been on and off again for a few months, but just the knowledge that it'll be done. Right, let me zoom you out, and you can see where we're at. We've made a lot of progress. So this post-it's here just to remind me to Posca in a section that I missed. But yeah, we are very close to being done. We're just finishing off the carriages. So I've just finished all the pencil work on this carriage, and I've just got to do some Posca highlighting. Then we've just got the cupcake carriage left to go, and then the kitties themselves, some glitter on the sky, and this page is done. And yeah, very, very excited. Oh, let's just move all those pens. Our ivory poster at one end, and we've got our white poster. I'm doing okay. It's cooled down here. I love that book, but that page scares me. Your colours are awesome. Thank you so much, Jackie. I really love story of Precious Cats. Yeah, it's my second page in here, and of course it's a double page spread. The first one that we did was actually the character page, and we actually recorded all the colours and established what our cats are going to look like, because I want them consistent throughout the book. I got gifted this in February for my birthday, which is technically in January, but it arrived in February. And it took me until July to do a page, because I was just like, I was like, I don't know where to start. I don't want to ruin this beautiful book. So for ages, I did not do anything. And then I realized part of the reason I was overwhelmed is I didn't know how to approach the cats. So I sat down to do the character page first, because I want the cats consistent throughout the whole book. So we've done that one. And then I put it to the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat at the time to say, you know, what page should we work on first? We originally had 17 marked, which would show how much of the book was like workable. Winter, hello. Stopping in as always for the obligatory thumbs up and to check in on the progress. Aw, thank you so much, lovely. But yeah, we marked 17 pages. We got it down to 4, and then the Gingerbread Village one, because the person who gifted it to me, Smalt, really liked this page and it actually sent through like a suggestion to do it as a Rainbow Candy Village and do the gingerbread houses as different shortbread cookie flavors. So ube, lemon, strawberry and matcha. And I was like, cool, we'll do this page first. The second page, which is probably going to be my next page in here, it's the pirate page, which is another massive double. But I can see myself colouring every single page in this book. So there'll probably be a lot in it next year, because I freaking love it. It's so gorgeous. And if you haven't seen a flip through of it, I know there's one on my YouTube channel. Fully recommend looking at it. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. So cute. Yeah. You're so organised. I don't know if I could ever colour the characters consistent. Yeah, I think it's only because I had that idea, made sure that, you know, I did lose this for a while in the move. So luckily I did that first spread on a live stream. So that was my backup in case I ever lost the colour chart, so that I can go back to the live stream and watch the VOD and remember what colours, because I made a point of naming all the colours as well. Yeah. Yeah. This book is on my wish list because it's stunning. It is stunning perfection. I'm so glad it's easily available on Amazon now too. So that's really handy. The Pirates page, yes, I kind of need to try and get the book just for that. It is, because Candace did a Happy Mail recently because she got this book. And she mentioned that it's now actually really easily available on Amazon, which is really awesome. I got mine off Etsy originally. Yeah. The pirates are too cute. I always wanted to do that for Pirates the Poet, but have bottled out. It is a big spread, but oh, it's just so good. Like, yeah, again, this is a book that I can see myself colouring every single page in this book, so I really do think we're going to be doing a lot in here next year. But yeah, just with all the treasures and them in their outfits and little baby Chiro. I love baby Chiro. So yeah, it follows Pupuri and Pepino, who are sisters, and their little baby brother Chiro. There's Tom the baker cat, Daisy their grandmother, and then Heek their friend. So it follows their adventures through the seasons. And so, like, I knew I wanted to do the sisters as tabbies. So one is slightly more ginger and one is slightly more brown. And Chiro I had to do as a black cat. I love my black cats. And so because he's white and they are kind of a tabby, I decided Grandma would be a pure white cat. Tom, we went with a Persian blue because that smoky grey would be a really fun contrast. And then Heek is described as like a little mischievous friend that does get them into a bit of trouble. So I was like, I have to do a ginger cat. Yeah. Why be on the one side when you can be on both? Exactly. I agree, it's rare. It's a rare book that like every single page, but this one is so cute and the paper is great. It is. I wish the paper just had slightly more too. That is the thing. Like, it's still a really good paper. But when I do my Inktense base and then come in with polys, the polys need to be super, super sharp because the tooth is so flat that, like, it still will lay down colour, but if it had just the slightest more tooth, it would work even better. But I'm talking minuscule, and this is me being absolutely picky. On the, like, perfection scale of a book, this is like 99.999. This is a 0.001% pickiness. Yeah. Okay, I found the book on Etsy, but the delivery is almost as much as the book. Yeah, so that's originally where I got it from. However, Amazon US has it. So if you can get Amazon US to deliver to you, apparently they have it. Check Amazon Canada. I know it's on Amazon Australia as well. So yeah, do check Amazon just in case. But yeah, I originally got it off Etsy from Pompadour. Good old Pompadour. Right, I did shake out my Poscas. That's what I was doing. And then I got distracted. But that's why we love live streaming, because we can get distracted. Alright, we'll start with the ivory, and I'll fix up this little bit to the side that I forgot about. It should technically have been blocked out. Kind of missed a couple of sections on this strawberry house, actually. That's not good of me. I think I was meant to go back and just dot over the shadow sections. And I just forgot. That would be very like me. Alright. Now the lines aren't so harsh. So we'll start with our frosting since we've got the ivory out. So we've got our light coming from the right. So the frosting drips on the right side would be a lot more solid because they'll be getting the light. I just rubbed my hands over it. This is why I usually work left to right. Luckily, it's all right. And then for the frosting on the right, we just kind of dot it in and cover up some of the intensity of the black line, but not the whole thing. You see? It'll help breathe the shadow, but take away that big bold black line for our light frosting. Amy, you're in trouble with your RJ flip. Maybe add a few of his books to my wish list, not helping my wish list. I'm sorry, and you're welcome, and also thank you again, Winter, because the amount of people who've messaged and said that they've now had to get Serendipity because of that flip, and I'm like, it's why it's been on my wish list. It's a gorgeous book. Like, I know everyone loves like A Frog's Tale and Mr. Froggity, but Serendipity is a gorgeous book. Yeah. Polys can be a bit pernickety when used over a base in my experience. Yeah. I prefer polys because of the fact that I can layer and I can build up those tones, and I like to lay down the Inktense base and try and get some shading in the Inktense base, but then deepen it with polys, and I don't need to cover as much with the polys because they're so translucent. I can do those layers. However, I am finding Pablos are working well, and they're giving me what I wanted from the polys, because Pablos are a bit softer, but you can still keep a sharp point and you can layer. So that's why I'm mostly using my Pablos to actually shade. But there is a little bit of poly. There's even a little bit of Prisma in here. Like, I mix my sets up all the time. It's just whatever's the easiest to work. Etsy is a killer for postage. Yeah, they'll probably charge more than Etsy. I once wanted to order something from a city in the US that's just across the border. Like, I could drive there in 3 hours. It was $24 shipping. Oh, yeah. I think you'd like Lost and Found. I do like the flips I've seen of Lost and Found. I think that one's also, it might be on the wish list. It may not be. It might be on the Australia one. I try not to put like the same items on the same wish list. So sometimes there'll be things on my Australian Amazon wish list that isn't on my American Amazon wish list, just in case. But it depends what Amazon I'm looking at when I find items and then add to the wish list as well. Yeah, but yeah, Lost and Found is also really cute. In fact, like all of the RJ Hampsons, it's one that I was meaning to add to my collection, which is why I did put the YouTube community tab about looking, like, getting ideas for what to buy for myself for my birthday, and then Winter went ahead and sold that one for me. Yeah. So yeah, now it's knocked out a frog's tail, which, and also Serendipity was gifted as well. I think I also want to get Mountain King because that one just looks really up my alley too. But yeah, right now I'm saving to buy myself a birthday present, and I've just got to decide. Most of the votes lean towards the new Clara Markova, which is gorgeous, but I have a Clara Markova, which I have done a bit of work in. But the Orchard Full of Fairies looks right up my alley too. So that was one of the options that I think about 50% of the votes went towards. And then the other one, I put in Uriri Wild Mouse, which is another book I would love. And that one had about 35% to 40%. Like, it was close as a second option. So yeah, I just got to decide between the two. If I can save enough, I might just get both, to be perfectly honest. Like, with how much it'll cost me in shipping to get those off Etsy, it's more economical to get two anyway, but it will just depend on what I can save. Yeah. Australian Amazon has better paper. I've only recently started getting some Amazon books, so I'm only learning about the paper differences. I don't know, Winter, if you saw on the flip as well. Like, it's not a big deal. I know I can work around it, but the streakiness of some of the printing, I don't know if that's a common thing. Again, I don't have a lot of Amazon printed books, so I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. Hello? Oh, 2 seconds, folks. Hey. Right, sorry about all that. We are back. Oi! Alright, we are back. Sorry about that. We just had a neighbour turn up. They've been dealing with some people graffitiing and they're just going around and just finding out information and stuff like that. So, pretty good area, but yeah, there's someone causing a bit of issues apparently. Very interesting to learn all about. So, got to meet one of our neighbours. Yeah. Right. Recommend any open comparison. Erie's romantic country on Amazon Canada is $26. As another artist that I'd like to get some more books of actually is Erie. Like, ever since I did that first page in Romantic Country 2, I was like, oh, I understand all the love of Erie. So that could be another one to look at getting some more of. Eventually. Not that I really need more books, but you know. Yeah. Just checked your dollar is $1.11 Australian dollar right now. Okay, so yeah, Canada's not far away. Only recently found your channel and subscribed. Yay! Yay! People making friends! Love colouring. So good. I love Jackie's use of water-based markers really inspired me to start playing with them a lot more. The stuff that you do, like your watery effects with them, absolutely love. And then I fell down the deep rabbit hole of water-based markers, and now it's like one of my go-tos, especially when my hands are bad as well. I actually coloured some pages yesterday entirely with markers because I was like having a hands day again. I'm hoping to get drawing again, but I colour so much I'm going to have to decide what's more important and devote some time to my sketchbook. I have that issue a lot. I have an original piece of art that was meant to be a birthday gift for someone in like May. I think April, May I started it. I still haven't finished it. So bad. So bad. And that's it. Like, I started colouring after I had a fall due to my arthritis. And so I damaged my hand. So I started colouring, and it was just meant to be like a temporary tool to help me regain control of my hands and be able to draw again. And so originally it was just like, oh, yep, cool, colouring. And I wasn't really getting too much into it. But then, ow, cat. Oh, your claws. Also, hello, cat. Oh. He just absolutely stabbed me. But then I discovered Kirby, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. And I ended up in the rabbit hole of Kirby, and haven't really gone back. Also, this is Shadow, by the way, who decided to absolutely floor me. I'm not so good with the drawing. This is why I colour other people's drawings. I used to, because I've been streaming. Please don't rub against the mic. You are chaos, cat. I've streamed for about 10 years now, and I know what he's after. And I used to stream my own art and sell prints of my own art, and that was my big thing for streaming. And then because of the arthritis and the fall, I stopped drawing as much because of my hands. And then after falling into colouring, I started streaming colouring again. So yeah, it was my own art for a long time. And occasionally we'll do a stream where we're doing original art, but mostly it's just colouring because it's what I love. I love the collaborative nature of it too, and like how it's like you're working together and creating a piece together with somebody, and then seeing other people's versions of the same piece. Like, yeah. No, that's the end of your treats. Go up on the windowsill. I'm sorry, I've blocked your path to the window. Oh, there you go. Look, I even set up a faux paint water so you can go and drink that water and not actually drink my paint water today. Go on the windowsill. Go on. Go. Alright. With some tissues to clean up all his drool. Yeah. I used to solely draw on paint till I lost confidence and decided just to colour other people's drawings. What made you lose confidence? It's a good question if you're okay answering it. No, you're drooling. He also likes to rub his head against the camera, so bear with us. You're gonna be an absolute pain in the butt today, aren't you? So, for anyone that missed the start of stream, last Friday I had to end stream really abruptly because we caught the stray, who was Shadow's twin, but also his best friend. It's not his literal twin. They just happen to be twins, looking like twins. Piggy Wiggy was a stray that was abandoned here, but he was hurt a little while ago. And after a 2-week battle, we finally managed to catch him. But because of that, Shadow's been kind of like looking, because Piggy Wiggy's gone and he can't find his friend. So he's being like extra clingy and annoying, and like he's not really settling because he's looking for his friend. Go on, go over there. So I'm trying to be nice to him, but he's also an absolute pain in the butt some days. And he likes to absolutely claw my leg to climb up here. I'm trying to... Posca, don't bump me. Don't bump me, don't bump me. Don't drool on the page. I never used to have these challenges before I moved into a house with a cat. Look, you're cute and adorable, and I know you're confused and lonely right now, and you've just drooled all over the page.
3, 2.
Good thing it's... No, you drooled on the Albert drawers. Of course you did. A few things happened, but I had some nasty comments kind of let me down. I just lost motivation. That's awful, Jackie. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, I hope you can find your own joy for it. I know for me and my art, oh my god, there's more drool on the page. I just, oh. Why are you drooling so much today? I know for me and my art journey, like, I used to never actually like the sketching process. I always loved the colouring part when I was doing my own art. That was always a big thing of it, so... I just was like, when I discovered colouring, it was like I skipped the part that I didn't actually care about and I got to jump to the part that I loved doing. So it suited me very well. Very well. You're going to jump off the desk now? Have you decided you've put enough drool and cat hair everywhere and you're okay? Jump down. Oh my god, there's more drool. Jeez. How many times did you drool on the page, cat? Might actually have to give this a blast with a hairdryer. This is why I normally close the book when he's up here, give him the attention and then kick him off. Eri is the one artist that I love watching other people colour, but her style baffles me to colour. It is very... it's interesting because I've seen people do it in like really beautiful pale colours, but then I look at it and I just feel like it needs to be very vibrant and cartoony and yeah, just like not necessarily aiming for realism because it's got like that sort of illustrative, like children's illustration vibe is what I get. Not that I would call it childlike art, but like it reminds me of a children's illustrated book in a way, and so I feel like when I colour it, like I don't feel the need to be realistic with my shading because it's not realistically drawn, which means I feel like I can go really bright and vibrant and cartoony and just kind of fun with it. Again, I've only done one page in there, so I can't really talk too much. But I do have another double page spread planned I think this is a... Nope. This one. Nope. Here. I am wanting to do the nutcracker spread, and I did do like a little colour plan to try and figure out how I would place all my colours on the page, and you can see my little reference on the side there with the white Christmas tree and the pink and the purple and the blue. And so because I want to keep that quite pale pinks and purples, that's going to be real interesting to do. Wrong one again. Should actually be on top. That is where I'm getting confused. Oh, shoot. Eri really intimidated me at first. Just the whole, I did this with a toothpick, made me feel like it was another level. Right? The toothpick, it was like, it's just amazing. Just, oh, the skill of some people. I tell you. Right. I am just going to give this a quick blast with the hairdryer just in case. I'm pretty sure I wiped all the cat drool up pretty quickly, but just in case. Frickin' cat drool. I love him, but dear God. Of course he had to drool on the one part that his Albert Durers would pick up. At least most of his Inktense, so didn't pick up. Don't ever start that. We're working on quitting very, very slowly. Right. Zoom and bring you in a bit. Alright, I have to scoot. Got to chair a meeting soon. Thanks for the chat, guys. Page is looking great. Cat drool and all. Oh, good. Melissa, take care. Thank you so much for popping in. Have a wonderful meeting. And hopefully we'll catch you again soon sometime. I just realised that it's also been another hour. Or just about another hour. So let's just get some basic shading on these little candies. And then we'll do our little self-care break. Because we do take a break every hour. I know I technically put you on Be Right Back for a minute while I was answering the door. But we do take a self-care break every hour, and I actually have to go to the bathroom because I have drunk so much coffee today. Yeah. He really is persistent. He's so freaking persistent. Like, adorable, love him. He can be very sweet and very cuddly, but also just does not understand space. Also loves to drink my paint water and eat my bread. So I did set up a faux paint water cup for him so that he'll go and drink that, and it's just got water in it. It's got nothing else. He completely ignored it, of course, when he was up here before. But I think he was looking for company because he can't find Piggy Wiggy. Yeah, the point of this pencil shading isn't actually to cover up all the Inktense. It's just to deepen our shadows and make our shading more intense, because the Inktense, we did do a little bit of shading directly with the Inktense, but I was having issues with the cupcake because I didn't have the right brown. So I do now because I'm getting the additional 28. So I ended up using Albert Dürer, and we didn't actually get much shading in there. So we've got a bit of work to do on the cupcake itself. And then since our white is still active, add in our shiny candy highlights. That's what I was missing, is the additional highlights on top. Hairdryer to dry off like a kick draw. Oh, well, I'm glad it's making you laugh. I'm glad it's making you laugh. I mean, you know, I just want to make sure the page is really, really dry. Alright, so it has been an hour. So like I said, every hour we do a check-in to make sure that we're like taking care of ourselves. So I'm just going to remind you, have you moved? Have you stretched? Have you hydrated? Have some water? Do you need a snack? Do you need to go and get washing out of the machine or put it on? Do you need to go and do dishes or unload the dishwasher? Do you need to take medication? Just do a little check-in with yourself and see what you can do in the next couple of minutes to set yourself up for success. For me, that means moving every hour, which is why we do these little breaks. I normally just stand up and do a little wiggle and a little stretch, but I also have to go to the bathroom. So I am going to chuck you on the break screen again. I am sorry about that, but you girls got to go to the bathroom. I will be quick though. So yeah, do a little check-in with yourself, do some self-care. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, much better. Much better. Shadow has now followed me back into the room. It was so sad. I rolled out to go to the bathroom and he was sitting... So we have a deck and that's where Piggy Wiggy used to live. And he was just sitting right outside it, just meowing. I was like, oh, you thing. And then he heard me moving, so he came and followed me. So he's back in the room. I'll bring you up on the desk, but you're not drooling on the artwork. In fact, we'll close you up for a minute. Come here. Ugh. If you would let me have my hand free, you could sit on my lap while I colour. I'm okay with that. You're just always so hesitant. Like, there's tons of room there. Go. Not. Oh. He also loves rubbing his head against the camera stand. You just want attention. That's it. If I give you a couple minutes of attention, then you'll leave us alone and we can get a bunch more work done. Scratchy, 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 scratchy. Look, There's water up there. You're not meant to drink it, but you can totally drink it. Come over here. Come on, come over here. Come on. Look, look. Your windowsill's through. Settle down there. If you would settle down there, you would be in the perfect position. And, you know, could colour and I wouldn't be worried about you. Settle down. Settle down. Half the reason why I have to keep this brush on hand is just to get rid of all his fur. He's molting because it's, of course, moving into summer here, so he's losing his summer coat. This is not a toy for you to play with. This is so I can clean up your fur. Those colours look so pretty. That would be amazing. I'm presuming that is about the Airy page, but thank you. I hope so. Perfection Cider, welcome back. And Smolt, welcome back. Welcome, welcome. We're dealing with Shadow. What else? What else? Jackie, I'm not sure if you've, if I've mentioned as well, just so you're aware, I dual stream, so I'm live on both YouTube and Twitch right now. So you may see me talking to people and you're not seeing the chat in your own platform's window, but the chat above me combines both chats. So you'll see both Twitch and YouTube together in the one. It's coffee. You're not drinking the coffee. I set up paint water that you totally can't have, but totally can have. Maybe I put it up too high. Shadow! Look. Secret illegal water that you're not meant to drink, but you could totally drink. No, you're just going to sit on my pencils. Well, as long as you sit, that's the main thing. Hey, no, this is not a toy for you. Oh, he's really, like, he's missing Piggy Wiggy. I know he's missing Piggy Wiggy. He's been really, really odd these last couple of days. Yeah. Love the lollipops in the background there. Thank you. The lollipops on the colouring page or the literal lollipop? Because I do also have a giant lollipop prop. You gonna behave? You gonna behave? You gonna let me do some work? Okay, he's bounced out. Have to duck out now. It's been great catching up with you live, Amy. Have a good day. A great day. Thank you, Jackie. You take care. All the araha. You have a wonderful rest of the day. Oi. Since I don't know if you replied because I was eating, how different is the US Amazon paper to the Australian paper? As in the Australian, it has a black printer. Was as in an Aussie that black Australian Amazon books. Not quite sure what you mean by the last line. I don't have enough to really know the difference. The paper did feel different. It had. I've heard though that the Australian paper is slightly thicker. It definitely felt thinner, but I could still work on it. Like I worked in Serendipity with just Polychromos pencils and it was absolutely fine. It actually had a little bit of tooth, which I kind of liked for working on the pencils. But I think it also depends on like which, because there's multiple places that print in Amazon America. So yeah, I'm not sure which one I got. I don't mind the paper. Yeah. You're not making the water seem forbidden enough? Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's in a weird space right now because he knows Piggy Wiggy's not around. Like before when I popped out to the bathroom, he was sitting outside where Piggy Wiggy used to sleep under the deck and just meowing. So he's looking for Piggy Wiggy and it's kind of sad. Oh my god, there's even cat hair on here. So yeah, I'm trying to be nice to him, but he's being a real pain in the butt. He drooled all over the page before. Like I had to pull out a hairdryer to help dry it off. Alright, let's get this final cupcake done. Before we do too much, let's also set a timer. this. I know what I'm doing. I'm a functional human. Alright, so we're gonna need pull out all the colours that are upside down. So just shove them in so that I wouldn't crunch all over them. And also drool all over the pencils as well. Ah, okay. Ah, I'm with you. The black printing doesn't... that black streaky lines. That's good to know. Yeah, I didn't mind the paper. It was workable. It was still better than the Mermaid's book that I had to get rid of. It wasn't that smooth, slippery paper. I've still got to cover the books though, because I don't like the soft touch covers. It's a big thing for me. They just feel dirty. I don't like that. So we'll start by marking out all our shadows, the darker shadows. So how are you going today, Smolk? Yeah, I've only done Polychromos and Serendipity. That's all I've done so far. I haven't actually worked in a frog's tail yet. I'm still trying to figure out what page to do. There's so many gorgeous pages. I'm so glad that we are going to get this page done today. We're on the home stretch. Final carriage, and then kitty clothes, kitties themselves, lid of the sky, and then just do a review if we need to touch anything up. That home stretch. I am going. Sleep schedule is all over the place. Oh, how long till you cover them? I just have to sit down and do it really, which probably will be soon because I don't like touching them and I don't want to get put off working in the book because of touching the cover. I jumped into Serendipity straight away because I knew which page I wanted to colour. But yeah, touching the books is gross, and now I'll have to... like, I've got to show at least one of them off in completed pages now, so they need covering. It doesn't take long, it's pretty straightforward. I have clear Duracell or clear book cover in my cupboard, so it's not a hard thing to do. It's just one of those, I've just got to sit down and do it things. I would have done it yesterday, but yesterday was a bit of a crazy day. We didn't get there, and then of course Friday was all about Piggy Wiggy after he was caught. The people demand a book covering break. Detour. Okay, well let me finish the cupcake and then I'll feel like I can take a little detour break. I really want to get this carriage finished, and then it'll be like the train's done and we can take a little break before we tackle the kitties. But I'm on the home stretch and I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, so I'm like, I want to get this part done. But yes, I will happily do a detour and actually cover the books now. Just let me finish the cupcake, because this like really won't take long either. Like I've already finished basically finished the rainbow cupcake liner. And then the frosting doesn't take long because you're really just shading in the shadows. Cupcakes and book covers, yeah. I'm pretty sure my book covering's in the cupboard. If not, it might be in one of the tubs that I still haven't unpacked. Shouldn't be in the few remaining things downstairs. Alright, that's ready for Posca. So now we've just got the cupcake itself and the little candies, which these don't take long because all we do is we just add in a little bit of shading, and then mostly it comes about because of the white Posca that we dot on. Okay, light is coming from this side. That's like a little divot there. That would be all in shadow. So each of these candies would be creating a shadow. So let's start with them. Sorry, I know my hand is blocking. Working tiny little sections, so bear with me. Easier to do this with my hand, like claw grasping it. Okay, so you'd be a shadow point because you're overlapping on top, and you're an even deeper point within it, so you'd be in shadow. Since I know the covers that are soft touch cover, I'll be getting the hardback at some point. Yeah. I feel like the top view camera is more right skewed than normal. Very possible because Shadow did come up on the desk and rub his head against everything. So it is very likely that everything is skewed wrong right now. We're also quite zoomed out as well. Let me know if that's a bit better. He does love to come in and rub his head all over my camera stand and knock everything out of alignment. And knock my microphone off the desk, which also is in the wrong place now, I just realised, and covered in cat hair. I mean, I tend to work with the book at an angle at certain points anyway, so that also will skew things slightly, but it shouldn't be as distorted now. Better? Yay. Thank you for letting me know. I did forget to check that. I was too busy cleaning up cat drool because he decided to drool all over the page. Trying to be nice, but he's been a real pain in the butt these last couple of days. But I also know it's because he's missing Piggy Wiggy. But that doesn't give him the right to completely claw my legs because he's demanding a cuddle because he's feeling lonely. And his claws are sharp, like really sharp. Alright, that mats out some of our shadows, so we'll go in. Now, unfortunately, my base here is very flat, because this is the one I did in Albert Dürer, because I didn't have the right browns. Which I now do, thanks to Smol in the Inktense. But because of that, we don't have the shading like we do in the other areas, so we are going to have to do just a little bit more work around here. Sharpen you up. Not gonna lie, I thought I was the only one with the issue that soft touch till you said you had the same issues months ago. Yeah, these are few people I know who really hate soft touch covers. It's an absolute sensory thing for a lot of people. I know there's some people who love the soft touch covers. I can't stand them. It's a real sensory thing for me. It feels dirty to me, so yeah. So like before I would like sometimes use clips on the side of the books, and so it could stay open at the page but I could pick up the book at the sides with the clips and not have to touch it. But yeah, the easy answer is just to cover them. But getting the hardback's not a bad option because I think the paper's better in the hardbacks as well. Thank you. I need dark sepia polys because the umber in the Pablos isn't quite right, but the black is too black. I need that really desaturated brown. I hope we're all having a good day so far. It is a lovely, wonderful, lazy Sunday here. It is also lunchtime and I'm actually starting to feel hungry, so we'll take our little break, cover the books. I'll whip up some ramen very quickly. I should have actually grabbed a bowl when I was out in the kitchen going to the bathroom. Should have grabbed my ramen bowl. Itchy. Although I was going to also put an egg into the ramen. Oh good. will deepen in here a little bit. As I said, we've got a little bit more work to do on this cupcake than the other areas, just because it was based in the Arbadura. It's still not too much, because we have got that base layer down, so it does help. Because we don't have to cover up all the tooth of the page, because we have got that colour there. It's just deepening those colours. We have to do it a bit more intently. Okay. Bit of Posca, and then our carriage is done. We'll start with the white because that's easy. It's just, whoa, that's an explosion. We'll fix that up in a minute. At least it didn't splatter everywhere, but way too much came out. So we'll just let that dry down, and we'll scratch it off and fix it up. Tiny dot. So we want there. over the line. Now I have a piece of paper, but just after my Posca, after an explosion on page a few months back. Yeah. I wish I could split myself into two so I could sleep and colour at the same time. This is why I say I want to be an octopus with 8 arms so you can colour 8 things at once. The dream. The dream. Brittany Daniels, hello! I had my first appointment with the new occupational therapist yesterday. Heck yeah, I hope it went well. You're feeling great. It is wonderful to see you again and have you back here. We just finished off our little cupcake here, which is the last part of the train and the background. So now all we have left is our kitty cats. So definitely on the home stretch, but that is all the candies done. It is all the stuff on the background done. It's just literally 4 cats left to go. And then just after we've done the cats, reviewing, because I've still got to do some matching Posca on this meringue to match the pink meringues, decide if we're going to go over the green meringues to match the pink meringues. I realised I never put any Posca highlights on this licorice tree here, and the same with the licorice around here. So just deciding if we want to put little highlights. So there'll be a little bit of review after we're finished colouring to see if there's any little bits that we need to top up as well. Yeah, the Thule art ones do come in a wide range. They are fantastic. Most of the time I end up just using white and ivory Posca though. Like most of the time I'm just working with those two. But it's okay. I like how it's going. I like how close we are. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put away these. So we did have a distraction request, just while we take a little break in between the two before we go on to our cats, which is actually not a bad thing as well, because sometimes when you've been colouring something for a long time, it's good to actually step away before you step to a new object. So we had a request to cover books. Are you going to have the other cookies match the pink one? Yeah, so I've still got to go in and do the paint outline to match the meringues. And then I'll decide if I want to do the same on the light green meringues, because I accidentally went over the outlines on the pink one. If I decide I do want to do the green meringues, I'm probably going to want to do the cookies as well, and that becomes a whole new thing. I don't think I'd like to do all that, but we'll see at the end. I have to match the meringues because I did that accidental Posca paint over. So I have to do this pink one at the very least. Or go in there with fine gel pens and redraw in all the lines and meh. After that, yeah, we'll decide at the end once all the shading's done. Like, I like to do a little review anyway to make sure I'm happy with everything. Right, now, this is going to depend if I can find my book covering. Because it should be in here, but it may not be in here. It may be somewhere else because it moved and it's hidden under here. Feeling like a roll of it, but it's feeling like a few rolls. The little offcuts. Do have scissors on the desk. Ew, ew. Ew. Yes, welcome in, Brittany. We're just going to take a little quick break. I should really make lunch at the same time and eat lunch while I'm doing this, because I am hungry and I do want lunch. don't really want to be eating lunch while I colour if it's going to be noodles, which is going to be messy. Yeah, I hate soft touch covers. I might have to remove all my little markers as well. Right, will you... Oh yeah, you should fit across the whole page. Just cut a piece off and do a little test. But she'll be tight, but she will fit. Nominal alloy. Hello. Color using the lunch? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to use spicy ramen soup on a colouring page. In South Florida and the USA, the police, etc., are cracking down on the illegal use of the handicapped parking spaces. They just recently did that here in Aotearoa as well. They changed the fine. It used to be $120 and it's now, I think it's like $850 if you're busted using a handicapped, disabled car park without one of the parking permits. Which, as somebody who has a parking permit and is legally allowed to use them, I'm very appreciative of, because it's very frustrating, but there's still a lot of people that like to use those car parks even without a permit. It solves both problems. It does. It does. Maybe one day we'll colour a page using soup. Would be a very me thing to do. Colour a page using soup. I hate the touch of these covers. But yes, welcome in. We're just having a little detour because I got asked to cover these books, to show covering the books. So we're just quickly shoving some contact on the front of these books. They are soft touch cover books, and I have a absolute dislike of soft touch cover, so definitely much better once they're covered. Yeah, it will colour through multiple pages. It's not exactly going to be the most acid free as well, so it will also eventually damage the book. It could be fun to do on like a PDF page that isn't in a book. Fold over this little edge because we haven't got much to fold over, but we should have enough to keep that in place. I figured it wasn't too much to make you do it now, so I don't have to pop a reminder on Discord. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's really not a hard job. It's just one of those jobs that I just put off or just don't get around to, and then I'm like, oh, I really should do that. Couple of bubbles, but not too bad. I'm not like perfect at doing this, and I do get air pockets and stuff like that, but I'd rather have a slightly air pockety book that I can touch and not feel grossed out by. You're trapped in there, and that's fine. Come on, out you go. Alright. Oh, lovely. Cat here. Cat hair is everywhere. Cool. Making sure you don't take as long as the others. Yeah. I'll be back in a couple or a few hours. I should try to get more sleep. Yes, you should, hun. You absolutely should. I know you definitely need some more, so please do. I hope you find the rest that you need, and yeah, it should be on for a little while. Yeah, it's Sunday. I don't have to rush to work or anything, so we'll be on for a little while. As I said, I am finishing the page today. Some of my adult colouring books, especially ones that are glue bound, I'll just end up taking apart using a hairdryer. And then binding them back together is definitely a good idea. I have one book that is like completely fallen apart, which is Mythomorphia. And I do want to rebind that, but I'm still trying to figure out, because I want to get it properly rebound, not spiral bound, because I've coloured in it and I don't want to like lose some of the colouring. But I figure, well, I'm very close to finishing the book, so I might as well just finish the book first and then from there figure out the rebinding process once it's all done, because that'll also mean, because it's all loose, I can also like go in there and add fixative to every page to protect it and all sorts of stuff. So I'll get it rebound once I finish the last couple of pages of Mythomorphia. But for now, it's all good. I like to be a little bit more pedantic on the front, but I'm still not pedantic. Still just like, meh, just get it covered. Yeah, it's not a hard thing to do, and it's a really good way to protect your books if you're somebody who can get a bit rough on your books, which is me. I can get real rough with the outsides of my books, I admit it. I'm not going to go and cover all 260 plus books in my collection though. But then also, like me, if you don't like the soft touch covers, it's a wonderful way to not have to deal with those soft touch covers. We got a little fold there. Little fold here. Can we get that last little air bubble to go out? No, might have to pin pop you. You don't want to move. That's fine. Didn't you say once that Kiwi Mum was a pro at book covering? She absolutely is. She was like... So, she covered all our books for school, obviously. And, yeah, I don't know how she was so good at it, but just every time it was perfect. So, but yeah, because we couldn't, with our school books, we couldn't afford to get like the really fancy printed book coverings for our notebooks and stuff like that. So Mum used to buy the clear book covering because it was always really, really cheap. And then she would give us pieces of paper that were sized to our exercise books, our writing books, and we would like design our own pictures, and she'd give us like stickers and all sorts of stuff. And so it would be like a big day of it, of us drawing and colouring in our book covers, and then she would use the clear and cover it so that we had really interesting school books. And it kind of like covered up the fact that we couldn't afford to buy like the fancy licensed printed book coverings. We just designed our own. I loved it because of course I was a very creative kid, so I thought it was great. And then like some kids used to tease me and be like, you know, your books aren't covered in Disney princess book covering. I was like, I don't care, I've drawn dinosaurs and animals and a mermaid scene, and like it was cool. I liked it. So yeah, and because some of our drawings, like especially with the stickers, could get quite chunky too, and she could always just cover them perfectly every time. But yes, I did learn a little bit from book covering from her, because as I got older I used to help her with the covering. I'd be alright at it. I still get little creases and stuff, but I can do a pretty reasonable job, as you can see. Right, one is done. So we've got one little crease here. And we got one blade, like a tiny little ear hole. I know, Shadow, you're lonely. I'm sorry. Your friend is gone. I know, it's such a hard life, but you're not coming back up on the desk because I'm doing something that will get your fur stuck in it everywhere. That's the last thing I want right now. And then, yeah, the back's a little bubbly, but that's not bad. Like, it's workable. Linda, hello. I'm a newbie. Name's Lindsay. Tis account made by my mum and her name. I subscribe to live streamers because I like to chat. Well, welcome in. Welcome in, Lindsay. Kia ora. My name is Amy, aka Amy Wood Art. I am dealing with a cat trying to claw up my legs again right now. We have been working on a page in Neko Story of Precious Cats, which is this spread here. We're just taking a little break and I've basically been told get these books covered, so we're just quickly covering some books and some clear contact because these are soft touch covers, which I don't like the feel of. Amy, hello, hello, welcome in. Shadow, stop clawing me. But yes, it's just quickly taking a little break to get this done, because otherwise I won't get it done. Because Smalt knows me, and Smalt knows to say, get this covered now. So thank you, Smalt. And then we will go back to our colouring page. And I am dual streaming, so I'm live on both Twitch and YouTube. So you may see me chatting to people that you don't see necessarily in your platform's chat, but the chat above me is both chats combined. Yes, like Meow, I have a black cat called Shadow, who is below me right now, clawing to try and get up on the desk, which I don't want right now because obviously we're working with some book covering and it's very sticky and his fur gets everywhere. You've had a cold lately? No. Sorry to hear that. How's Piggy Wiggy doing? Piggy Wiggy is at the SPCA being looked after. Piggy Wiggy is another black cat that lived here, but he was a stray. I say lived here, he lived on the property. He didn't live in the house or anything. And yeah, it's finally managed to catch him after a 2-week battle on Friday. So I had to end stream very quickly on Friday to get him out to the SPCA in time. Because he's had a injured leg and he's been avoiding capture for a couple of weeks, but we finally got him on Friday, which is part of the reason why Shadow's being so clingy today, because his friend is gone, and he keeps on meowing for his friend, and his friend isn't turning up. So I'm trying to be nice to Shadow, but also when he claws me on the leg, he gets in trouble because he knows he's not meant to claw me on the leg. Oh, damn it. That cover gives me Beatrix Potter vibes. It really does. This is A Frog's Tale by R.J. Hampson. It was a colouring book that I was recently gifted by a very lovely subscriber. But the problem with the cover is that it's an Amazon soft touch cover, and I really hate the feel of them. So I need to cover them in order to feel like I can use the colouring books without grossing myself out. So that is what Smolk told me to do, because it doesn't take long and it means that I will get it done. So that is why we're just taking a quick little break and getting this part done. Then we'll go back to our colour. I would have thought guinea pig with a name like that. I could see that. You know, just trying to think, do we have guinea pigs in New Zealand or hamsters? Like, I know that they're a really common pet for a lot of people in the States, but I genuinely don't remember anyone growing up having hamsters or guinea pigs. I'm wondering if that's another banned animal in New Zealand. Like, a lot of people I know had rabbits. But yeah, now I'm just like, is that another banned animal? Like, or did I just have a circle of friends as a child that just didn't have guinea pigs or bunny or hamsters? We do have animals that are completely illegal here in Aotearoa. For example, snakes. You are not allowed to snake. You're not allowed to snake in the zoo. You're not allowed to snake in research facilities. You're not even allowed to import in like snake skins, anything like that. Like, snakes are big no-no here in New Zealand because we have so many protected bird species. Yeah. Guinea pigs are such sweet pets. They look sweet. They look really sweet. I grew up with cats. We mostly just had cats. When I work in my house, I refer to it as DIM because I'm doing it myself. I'm not very bright. I will refer to it as DIM. I realise it's meant to read that acronym out loud. Welcome, Jester. Yeah. G'day from down under, mate. Oh, you're my next door neighbour. Kia ora. Kia ora. Australia is where I did get to hold a snake, because there are snakes there. It was fun. Snakes are cool. I always wanted a snake, but of course, not allowed. Like, very sad when I found out we weren't allowed to have pet snakes, because I thought snakes were so cool. Apparently you have a whole guinea pig village on one of your islands. Well, there you go. There you go. I just didn't have peeps with guinea pigs growing up, apparently. I'm not surprised. Like, I didn't think there would be any issue with guinea pigs. I know that they're trying to protect species, so I know snakes is obviously a big one, and they don't like bringing anything that might endanger our native birds, and it's one of the reasons why they're so protective about if you try to bring fruit and veg into the country, for example, because bringing in a pest that can ruin our orchards is quite critical, you know? Things like that, I can understand it. Oh, I shouldn't be using that hand. You know what? I think we're going to do this back cover perfectly and not have a single air bubble. Hopefully we can do that on the front as well. A Maine Coon mixed breed cat named Satchmo went in his bigger hammock swinging on the left side of the bigger cat tree. Aww, cute. Seen the new Star Wars series yet? I have not. I am... Yeah, this is how behind I am. I haven't even watched a Grogu series. I like Star Wars. I should watch it. I just don't have any streaming platforms that it's on, aka Disney, to watch said things. I never watched The Mandalorian. Yeah, there's a lot of Star Wars series that I'm behind on. But I'm also one of those people that I don't know, I don't watch a lot of regular TV. Like, I watch a lot of YouTube videos. That's kind of the content I consume, is YouTube videos. Not that there's anything wrong with it, because they produce all those big series so you will watch, but yeah, very behind. I am doing a terrible job here. Third time's a charm. Start from that side and then we'll get it folded over properly. There we go. Now we don't have a little doubled up ridge at the top. Skeleton Crew? Is that the name of the Star Wars series, or is that another series that I should be watching? Amy has many Critical Role to catch up on. I do. I'm up to 57. I'm up to the point where Chetney got inhabited by the teenage girl ghost, and so Travis looked up a bunch of teenage slang. And I was trying so hard not to crack up laughing. So yeah, they're just battling the ghosts at the moment. That's where I'm up to. But it's progress. It's 57. I like to collect Build-A-Bears. I hope they make a Neil plush soon. Oh, plushies are very cute. We have a bunch of plushies up here. I used to crochet a lot, and I liked crocheting plushies. Can we get the front just as bubble free as we got the back? Can we achieve the impossible? It is very possible. And have a bubbly free book. We've already got a bubble trapped here that doesn't want to move. It's fine. I don't care enough. I don't mind if these little bubbles. It just means that these little bubbles. It's still better than the soft touch covers. Grease. Boom. Yay! Now I can touch the books and not be grossed out. Amy's also the name of a girl hedgehog from the Sonic universe. It is indeed. She is pink. Although that Amy is spelled differently to my Amy is spelled the same way as Spooky Wife Amy's Amy. Amy is a very common and very varied spelt name. My way of Amy, A-M-I-E, is actually the French way. So in French, aimer means friend. And hopefully you'll feel like your friend's here and you're welcome here. What do I go for? Cat hair stuck to this, but at least it's at the end for cutting off. Just trim around the spine. And there we go. 2 books covered. 2 books no longer icky to touch. Now I can work in without having to worry about. That all away. Thank you, Smalt, for making me do that, because otherwise I would have put that off for much, much longer. I've played Sonic. I'm not the most knowledgeable of the universe, but I've definitely played it. Okay, so we are a couple minutes away from our next self-care break. So even though we just kind of detoured there for a minute to do that, I am going to put you on the Be Right Back screen for a moment, and I am going to just quickly whip out, get my lunch made. It really won't take long, and just have something to eat, because I'm actually really starting to get hungry here. So this is your opportunity to also do some self-care. Check in with yourself. Do you need to hydrate? Do you need to stretch? Do you need to take medication? Do you need to grab a snack or some lunch yourself? Do you need to put washing on or take washing out of the machine? Do dishes? At the very least, have a stretch and have some water. Self-care is everything. We love some self-care here. I'm going to quickly whip out, grab the bowl that I need, and make up my lunch here, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay, thank you for bearing with me. My lunch is now doing its thing. It smells delicious because it's spicy ramen noodles. Right, so while that just steams away and the noodles cook, because I'm just doing it the lazy way, pouring boiling water and then covering it. Put our water there. Let's start working on the clothes of these cats, and then we'll get up to colouring the cats themselves, and that'll be our page done. Played Mario Kart at Chuck E. Cheese once. Okay. I don't... Chuck E. Cheese is kind of like kids restaurant, right? Like a pizza restaurant that you go to for your birthday. I think I've got that right. We're just going to start by zooming you all right in. So keeping in mind that our light comes from the right hand side. We'll just start placing in our shadows. Not Shadow the cat, who also followed me in here, but has wandered out. Oh, yes, we do. We have, the mutant squirrel variety. Chipmunks. Yes, it's like chipmunks. I was like, I'm sure there's a New Zealand equivalent. Yes, that's correct. I remember now. We've had the discussion. Yeah. Zoomy time at your house right now? Zoomy time is fantastic. They're so cute. Right now, Shadow is just looking... He's looking for his friend. It's really sad. So he keeps on popping in and out. I gave him... because I ate a little bit of cheese to my shin ramen. Because, oh, so good. I love shin ramen. It's one of my favourite ramens. It's so spicy and so delicious. But I added a little bit of cheese to it because I had no hard-boiled eggs, which is what I was going to add. And then I realised I was out of hard-boiled eggs, so... And I wasn't going to sit there and cook some eggs. So, yeah, I just added a little bit of cheese. And because I cut cheese, I had to pay the cheese tax to Shadow. Which is why he popped in, got some cheese, and then popped out again. Because he had a snack and he's happy. But yeah, the poor guy is looking for his friend right now. But it's okay, because Mum should be home soon. So he'll go and hang out via Mum. It won't be so much of a pain. He can be very cute, but he's also been clawing at my legs a lot lately to come up and try and have some company. And that's where I draw the line, because I don't like him clawing me. If he gently pats on my leg, I will bring him up, but when he claws my legs, I just say no in a really firm voice and then not pick him up. So he is learning. Some days he will very gently pat at my legs, so. We also want some dark grey, because we got all the petticoats to do as well. Sadly, I'm out of spring onion, or else I would have added spring onion to the noodles as well. I never just make a packet of ramen. I usually end up adding stuff to it. I love adding bean sprouts to ramen. I'm out of bean sprouts as well. Oh, that's right. I was going to grab the cucumber while I was out in the kitchen too. I have a new pair of North Face gloves. Don't complain for them to fix the farm because where it stopped doesn't make sense for anybody's hands. I wish it would follow my farm to the start of where my first finger goes on both my hands. I also wish the pinky finger was shorter on both gloves because I have shorter than normal size pinky fingers on both my hands. Sound like you need to get some custom gloves made. Yeah, it is. It is very difficult to, like, I often have to get extra large gloves to compensate for how badly my hands swell, but then the extra long gloves have extra long fingers, which I don't necessarily need. Like, I need like more width in the fingers themselves, not length. But I don't often wear gloves. I wear a lot of compression gear though. I've got one on this hand today because this hand's particularly swollen. But yeah, it is one sad thing about the fact that we so much, like, clothes are pre-made now. Like, that's what I miss about, you know, having custom made clothes. Like, it used to be everything was made to size, but then again you would also, like, you would spend a lot of money. I'm talking, like, they would spend like several months of a paycheck on a coat, but that coat was for their whole life. Like, they just invested in staple pieces and it was custom made to fit you. And it fitted, you know? It's one of the reasons why I did want to start sewing, but then I realized I don't really enjoy sewing all that much. I can sew, I don't really care for it. Not in the way like Samsara does. She makes gorgeous clothes. Let's give these noodles a stir and see how they're going. Yeah. Not far away. good because I am so hungry. I did have breakfast. I made a fresh loaf of sourdough this morning, so that was my breakfast, but you know, it was just a piece of bread, so it wasn't really a huge breakfast. And there wasn't any protein in it, it was just all carbs. Like, even though I put a little bit of cheese into the noodles, there's not a lot of protein in here, so it will fill me up, but it won't keep me filled. Which is why I was going to put egg into it, but I don't have any hard-boiled eggs. I should have really been smart and pre-planned this out better. But oh well. Thank you for doing the shout out for Samsara, and hello to our new follower. Welcome in. You're welcome to lurk or say hi if you'd like to. We have anonymous follows here. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Keep shading out. Keep blending out this grey. We might go in there and darken our petticoat a little bit more, but we will do our shading on the rainbow dress first. Don't want to lose you because you're our colour chart for the kiddies. Very, very important. That's our orange shader. That one would be better for... I know, I'll keep those both out. There's our green, and the blue and the purple is actually the same. Lydia Rose, hello, hello. Welcome in. How are you going, lovely? Wonderful to see you again. Found one UK brand that makes women's search. Well, that's handy that you can at least find them. Yeah, that's expensive, but that is usually the way custom made goes because it is reflective of the time. And I mean, if they're good quality and you're investing in that staple piece, a good quality pair of shoes does really make a difference. I'm so excited to get in here and start adding in the glitter to the sky. It'll look amazing when we finally get that final little stage on. But we have to finish the dresses first, and the clothes, and all the kitty fur, and then do our review and see if there's anything else that we need to alter. Then once that's all done, glitter! And then our page is officially done. Life has been kicking me in the butt lately, but I'm alive, so can't complain too much. That's I'm sorry to hear it's been so rough, but proud of you for looking at it in a positive. You are alive, and that is important. And we're celebrating, you know? Sometimes life likes to throw challenges our way so that, the times are tough, but then we also can recognize when the times are good. But I hope the load does lessen for you soon. Use that to cover up a little bit of overspill of the Inktense. Okay. Right, bear with me for 2 tips, because as I said, I am absolutely starving. I also cannot find any chopsticks for the life of me, so yes, I am eating ramen with a fork instead of chopsticks like usual. But let me just get some food in my belly. Oh, so much better. Be a lot easier with chopsticks. Oh, I already feel better with a couple of bites in my belly. Been sitting here smelling it and just being like, I'm so hungry. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Ugh. Doesn't help that it's Shin ramen and I love Shin ramen. So I helped my mum out yesterday because she did her first market in a while. And so it was like a process of we had to remember how to load up the car, and because it has to go in a certain order to all fit, and then taking her down to the markets and unloading her and stuff like that. But one of the big things I forgot about is just how much the sandflies attack. And I was wearing a dress. I was wearing one of my easy throw-on dresses because I actually woke up late because I also forgot to check what time with Mum I had to be awake. So I woke up right when she normally would leave. And I almost sent her a message saying, you know, wake me if I'm not awake half an hour before we need to go, because I can't remember when I need to wake up. But anyway, it didn't take me long. I just had a cup of coffee, threw on some clothes and drove her down. So we still got there in plenty of time. But yeah, I didn't wear pants, which is normally what I would wear, and oh my god, the sandfly bites in just a short time of setting her up. I was like, came home and just covered in sandfly bites, and was like, this is why I normally wear pants when I was helping mum out at the markets. It's been a while because she's had a bit of a break. Is it the spicy shin ramen? It absolutely is, Brittany. It's my favorite ramen. I love spicy ramen. Yeah. I don't know where my chopsticks are. And that's kind of frustrating. So it feels a bit weird eating ramen with a fork, but you know. Probably shouldn't really twist it like pasta, but that just also is easier. Not exactly the cleanest thing to eat on stream, but it's easy to prepare and it's delicious, and I'm starving. And I really like spicy ramen. And yes, I have a specific bowl for ramen that is technically a salad bowl, but it's the perfect ramen bowl because it's like big and wide, so you can make up a packet of ramen and then you can load it up with ingredients. Because normally I don't just have like a straight packet of ramen, I usually throw in a lot of extra ingredients to it. Usually at a minimum green onion and bean sprouts, but I'm out of all of it. But it's okay. It's still delicious. But yes, I love chucking in egg as well. Any veg actually just kind of goes with it as well. Sometimes if we've got like a little bit of ham, I will actually chuck it into a dry frying pan and just... It's kind of like a knockoff, like, katsu, that, I don't know, like the crispy pork. Kind of like a knockoff of it. Quite tasty. Tofu's good to add too. I'm super excited because I'm going to the ramen restaurant on Friday. Yum! Oh my god. Jealous! We don't actually have a proper ramen restaurant where I live. We don't actually have like a proper Japanese restaurant. We have sushi restaurants, but we don't actually have a Japanese restaurant. There are some really good Thai places around, and they do some really good Thai noodle soups. What I really wish we had was a shabu shabu restaurant or a hot pot restaurant. Hot pot. Talking about the ultimate in soups. I just love soup. Like, ramen is a soup. Ramen is noodle soup. I love soups. So, you know, like, I'm not a huge fan of pasta, but I love ramen because it is a soup. And I love that broth. I love all soup. Soup is one of my favorite meals, which a lot of people are like, but it's soup, because they think soup is boring. And I'm like, soup is not boring. Soup is delicious and full of different flavors, and you can have, you know, thick, creamy almost like a stew soup. You can have really light brothy soups. You can have spicy soups. You can have creamy soups. It's also really easy because if you're stuck with a bunch of stuff in your fridge and you don't know what to make, chuck it all in a pot with a bunch of water and make a soup. What I need to actually find is my recipe for cheese jalapeno bread again. I'm pretty sure I texted it to Sammy, so I can find it in that conversation. And then make a loaf of cheesy jalapeno bread. That'll be a loaf just for me, but I love that loaf. And it's really good, just straight dipped into soup as well. Been a while since I've made a cheesy jalapeno loaf though. But we do have some yeast in the fridge because we've mostly switched to making sourdough. I do need to use up the yeast, so it's a good way to use some more of the yeast up as well. Very, very lightly deepening up these shadows in certain areas on the white pinafore. Use our white just to clean up some overspill. Make sure our white edges are really white. Alright, there's our first rainbow dress and apron done. We've still got one more rainbow dress and apron to do, and then we've got Tudor's diaper and Heek's shirt and waistcoat. And then we'll be on to the kitties themselves, which does mean swapping over pencils to the polys. That's actually paw down there, so I have to remember that's paw, not white apron or anything colour. Because both of our sisters have white paws. Get a little bit of shadow from the cookie. Would be casting shadow. That would be in shadow. Page is so cute. I'm almost going to be sad when it's done, just because it's been going on for so long, but also I will be so glad when it's done. Because then we can move on to another page in this book. Not that we'll be starting another page in here today, because I have so many other pages I want to do. But I am highly tempted to just skip ahead to another page in this book, because I freaking love it. Oh, so much better with some lunch. Colour all the pages, right? If only. Again, I want to be an octopus with 8 arms so I can colour 8 pages at once. Or 6 pages and then have 2 arms free so I can play on my phone or eat snacks, or, you know, you want to have like an arm free to do something else as well. 6 pages on the go at once would be incredible. So it's not just being an octopus, I want to be an ambidextrous octopus. So I can do all the things at once. Been fun to hang out for a bit, but it's dinner time now, so got to go. Have a wonderful stream. All good, Lydia Rose. Absolutely, do go. Have that dinner. Enjoy. It was wonderful to see you again. I hope life gets a little easier, hun. I haven't heard of that, Brittany, but it sounds awful. Looks like it might actually rain. It's gone really cloudy and overcast, and it's really dropped in temperature, which isn't a bad thing because it's been really hot these last few days. It was meant to rain today. Meant to go down a bit. But yes, Monday. So tomorrow I've got a supermarket with Mum. So grocery shopping, which is a big effort. That'll take a couple of hours to get all the groceries and put them all away. And then I do need to try and do some cleaning, but Tuesday is injection day, so tomorrow, like, just doing the supermarket will probably be enough. And then Tuesday, of course, is stream again. And then Wednesday, I need to get off my butt and do some cleaning, and I need to try and get some more unpacking sorted. Because I actually want to find a bunch of fabric scraps that I have, because I worked out what to do for one of my nibblings' Christmas presents. So one of the nibblings has just recently really gotten into fashion dolls, like Barbie dolls, because they love dressing up the dolls. And I don't like to just give toys to the nibblings. I like to give them like an activity or something that they can learn from, preferably something creative. That's the big thing for me, is I like giving something creative. So they have a ton of colouring books and art supplies and different bits and pieces. Now the youngest nibbling is technically getting a toy, but it's this massive set that we got on clearance, and it does also have like the youngest nibblings too, and it's got like ramps and buttons and lots of things that will improve motor skills. So I am okay with that one. I would prefer to give something creative, but youngest nibblings of an age where it's a bit hard to do that. And yes, D&D on Wednesday, we'll just double check. Good bot indeed, good bot. I haven't heard from anyone that they're not going to be able to make it yet. We still have a maybe on one of them, but I'll check on Tuesday, see how everyone's doing. But yeah, Wednesday I want to do some cleaning because I want to find a specific tub, because the idea that I had for one of the older nibblings that likes these fashion dolls is to give a bunch of doll clothes, because they've recently gotten their own dolls, but rather than just give the clothes for them to dress up, is to actually make like a little DIY kit. And so I will sew some really basic dresses and stuff like that, but then include like some stick-on gems and some ribbons and some trims and stuff like that, so that they can decorate the dresses. So it'll still have that creative element, because they can go in there and customize the dresses, but will also be a toy for something that they're really into at the moment. And so I need to find the box that has my fabrics in it. I don't have many fabrics because I did give most of my fabrics to Sammy, but I do, like, she took all the pieces that were basically over 1/2 meter, but I still have a lot of really little pieces, so they'll work fine for doll clothes. And I know I have miscellaneous bags of random trim offcuts, because when I used to work at the craft store, we used to bag up like 10 and 20 centimeter pieces of trim, and then I'd buy the bag for $1, and it would be a massive bag full, because it was more than enough for the crochet toys that I was making, just to put a little trim on each of them. So I know I have that assorted bag of trims somewhere too, so I can give like lots of bits, and then she can just customize the dresses and stuff like that. And I did find a cheap set of fabric markers online that I might include as well. But yeah, so at some stage I also have to sew up a few doll clothes. It's been a while since I've sewed anything, especially anything very tiny. The sewing part's easy, it's really just all the cutting. But I still have my patterns as well. I found my patterns because I found some of my doll making stuff in the cupboard when I was unpacking recently. So what are we all up to? Who's colouring along and what are we colouring? Or if we're not colouring, are we just lurking and vibing? Appreciate you all being here, even if you're just lurking and vibing. It's all good. I do the same thing in streams a lot because it's quite good to have in the background while I colour. Deal with that later. An itchy bite right in the center of my back as well. Like. Colouring in mythographic frozen fantasies. Ooh, good choice. That's another one that I'm like, if I could, I would like to work in it. I don't think I'm going to get to it with how much I've pulled out, but there are some really, really gorgeous pictures in there. Very good icy winter pictures. I love mythographic. I'm sure it's Frozen Fantasies that I'm thinking of. I know I also have, I'm pretty sure I have Wild Winter too. They're different. But yeah, Frozen Fantasies is the Fabiana Artenacio one and it's got lots of icy. I'm sure I did the Ice Crystal Merm in it. With all the gems. I've got like one page done in a lot of my mythographics because of focusing on working in the untouched books this year, and like makes me like not remember exactly all the mythographics that I have. So I'm looking forward to next year and not having so much like work the unworked books and be able to explore back in a lot of my books, because so much of my focus has been the unworked books this year. There's a lot of books I've just done the one page in and just haven't gone back to. Which is why I keep saying there's probably going to be a bit of a focus in this Neko book, because I can see myself doing every page in Story of Precious Cats, because it's gorgeous. There's a lot of books that I want to get to. There's just a lot of colouring in general I want to get to. course, we have to finish this one first. Here's our second kitty's clothes done. So we've got 2 more kitty's clothes to finish off. And then we just have the kitties themselves. Okay, I didn't have to mute because that wasn't actually a loud one. At least I managed to mute in time this time. Usually I don't get enough warning before I sneeze, and it's just like, sneeze, loud. Just about finished with lunch. Oh, so much better. Where's my phone charger? Because my phone definitely needs charging now. I have all the mythographic books, but I've hardly coloured any of them. That's a goal for next year to colour in them. Oh, excellent. I am missing... I know I'm missing animals. I don't have Shangri-La or Cosmic Spirit. A couple of the new ones, Magic Apothecary or Rainbow Realms. I know I want Rainbow Realms. I think there's a couple of others mixed in there as well. I don't have quite all of them, but I do have a lot of them. I do really like Mythographic. It's an excellent series. I moved that too far over. Bring you back in frame since we're working on little Cheeto. He's pretty tiny. He also doesn't have any white. Yeah, I know Joseph Caddenbang's new mythographic Dragon Spell that's coming out next year is definitely one I'm going to want to get. One of those things where, and Rainbow Realms is one that I want to get. And I do at some point, when I have the funds, want to sit down and try and grab especially some of the older mythographics, because they just get harder and harder to find. Like Animals is already very hard to find, because like I don't necessarily have to have like complete collections, but if these are series that I do particularly like, it's definitely a little bit more inclined to do so. And so like I have every Kirby because I love Kirby, but I'm kind of inclined with Mythographic. But then some, like with the older ones having the hidden objects, which I'm not always the biggest fan of, but I can work around them. But yeah, if I wanted to do that, it would be the sort of thing I kind of need to get onto sooner rather than later. I do think I should get Cosmic Spirit though. I feel like that one would be right up my vibe. And I've heard really good things about Shangri-La, so... yeah, these only real goal next year is just do more colouring. I am thinking about, like, I've got a list of 10 books that I think would be really cool to focus on, but I'm also still in two minds if I want to have focus books, because again, this year the goal was so much working the unworked books, finishing off the whips, that it felt quite limiting, and I'm kind of looking forward to just having the freedom of going any book, anything. But I may find that overwhelming, I'm not sure yet. So part of me is like, do I have some focus books? Or, I mean, I could always just go into the year and not have a set goal, and then if by partway through the year I'm finding myself getting lost, then choose the focus books then. Cosmic Spirit is one of your favourites. I've heard that from a few people, that Cosmic Spirit is their favourite mythographic. And I mean, like, everything I've seen done in Cosmic Spirit is just beautiful as well, so... Alright, I'm sorry, for 2 seconds, I'm just going to mute and blow my nose. Ah, spicy ramen clear up. That's better. Now I can breathe again. I'm going to pull out a little bit of red because this blend here isn't particularly great and it makes it look a bit patchy. Same over here as well, that I noted that it just needs a little bit more pigment. Cool! Alright, there's Gyarados diaper done. I did that completely off frame, so sorry about that. Alright, let's go to Heek. Right, I'm actually going to use the Poly. Shade these buttons just because I've got that really fine tip on it. It's just a little easier there. No, that's right, I accidentally coloured inside his neck with the blue and it was meant to be his fur, but we'll just darken that out. so much better after having lunch. I was definitely very hungry there for a while. Where's our dark blue? It's violet. Indigo blue. And we will use a little bit of violet on these pants in the darkest area. Purple. Oh, excuse me. Might be time for another coffee. Well, I've already had a lot of coffee today. Could actually have a can of Coke. Just depends if I want a hot drink or a cold drink. My belly's full of hot soup right now, so leaning more towards a cold drink. I don't mind spending a little bit extra time on these clothes and that because the cats are our focus. So if the cats take us longer, that's actually quite alright. We want them to have the attention because they're our focal points. Even though it doesn't look like it in the chaos of this page, they are actually our focal points. Wow, it's been another hour. Alright, time for a self-care break. I won't put you on the be right back screen or anything this time. We're just going to do some stretches. So, do you need to do a stretch as well? Have you moved in the last hour? Have you had some water? Do you need to get a snack or go to the bathroom or anything like that? Of course, for me, it's stretches, looking after the body. I encourage you to do the same. At the very least, have a stretch and have some water. And I'll remind you again in an hour. Stretching the shoulders out a bit here. Oh, that was a crack. Oh, couple more cracks. Oh, much better. Always appreciate a good stretch. Now we'll also have some water. What were we up to? We were deepening the shading on our pants. And intern the cookie behind it, just so these are different from the train cookie in front. Really like the rainbow train conductor's vest. Because of course the, like while we've got our colour palette for our cats, the outfits do change. So the outfits may change in the book, but the cats will still have the basic, the same fur palette. Take a little bit of yellow and work that into the green to help with that blend a little bit. Aim into the orange. It blends a bit rough there. And then we'll take our very light bluish pale, which is a really pretty colour. Use that to create some highlights. Add those in wherever we need them. And there we go. There's all our clothes done. And the camera has moved slightly again. Oh, I don't know. Shadow has bumped this really badly today, so I'm going to have to look after stream to adjust everything again. It'll have to do for now. Alright. So, let's chuck away all the Pablos, because the Pablos are not used in colouring the cat's fur. It is all polys. We will clean up our Pablos, which you can see just how much they are getting used. These colours are getting quite low. Okie dokie. Oh, why are you wet? Something. Oh, I see where the water's coming from. Wait. Fine, it's just a colour chart. It will dry. My paint water cup is very full and it's spilt over a little bit. Right, we keep the white and the ivory Posca nearby because they're also used in the cat's fur. And then also just going to blast this with a hairdryer to dry off the little wet section from my leaking paint cup. Hairdryers are a very useful tool. Okay, now what I was going to do, because I can't remember, Purpuri's the more ginger one, Pepino's the more darker colour one. So that's Pepino and that's Purpuri. It's Cheeto and that's Heek. So let's start with Cheeto. No, you're not scratching me. I know, you're lonely. I know. I'll give you a couple of cuddles. You would rest on my shoulder. Nah, the actual paint water cup, because one half of it is very full. So it would have been bumped when Shadow rubbed his neck against it. And so it spilled over a little bit. Yeah, I know, you're lonely. You're lonely. I'm missing your friend. Now, if you would settle there, you could stay there while I colour, because I could have a hands-free, and then you could just lay there. Now, if you'd stay there and let me colour, you can stay there because you're fine. Because you're not drooling on my artwork, and yes, you're bumping your head into my face, but I can cope with that. Main thing is you're not drooling on the artwork. He keeps on looking for Piggy Wiggy, and it's so sad. And he's got this like saddest little meows at the moment because he can't find his friend. Also, Mum thinks that he's leaving her alone at the moment because Mum's the one that caught Piggy Wiggy, so he hasn't been annoying Mum much because Piggy Wiggy got caught. And Shadow was there and did watch Piggy Wiggy get caught, but then of course we took him away and he hasn't come back. Yay. Yay. Alright, you gonna let me colour? Me? You gonna let me colour? Sorry, I know that was a jerk. Needed to roll myself forward. You would like to file a missing kitten report? Serious business, it really is. But it's for the best. Like I said, Piggy Wiggy's now getting looked after. He's now getting medical treatment. And with some socialization training, he'll get a new good home. I mean, he had a home here, but it's not really his home because again, we weren't able to worm him, we weren't able to flea him because we couldn't catch him. He trusted us to a point and he would come in and hang, and we made sure he got fed, but you know, not the same as someone properly looking after him, which is why when he got hurt, we're like, well, we would have taken him straight to the SPCA when he was dumped here, but of course they didn't have room, he wasn't hurt, so that's what they have to do because they just have so many animals. Alright, I'm gonna try doing some colouring now if that's okay. Alright, we want PC 246, which I think is dark indigo. I actually need my proper colour chart. This is going to be a problem because it's on the other side of the table. You gonna let me? Oh, can I reach it? Can I even see where it is? Nope, under the table. Don't you drool on the artwork again, please. At least I can get my colour charts now. And he's going to bump all the camera. Face feels itchy now because it feels like it's covered in cat fur. Alright, so we need 246. Prussian blue. At the very least, he should be getting a deburying, so he's not adding to the... Exactly. So he will be getting that as well while he's there. Alright, so Prussian blue. Get all my colours out of order. Oh no, they're not too bad. And then we want 151 or 157? 151 because it's helio blue. Look, there's a whole windowsill. Is it because I didn't have this down? Why are you stepping over the camera cord, Shadow? Right, 199 is black. I know that much. God, your fur is everywhere now. 175. I think that's dark umber or something like that. Or maybe it's Payne's Grey, actually. Sorry, Shadow. The one I need is right under your feet. No, Payne's Grey is 181. 175 is dark sepia. Which might be the one I already have out. It is indeed. Right, 275 is the warm greys. Cat fur everywhere. we want 275 for warm grey 6. 271 for warm grey 2. 270 for warm grey 1. He's found his windowsill. And then I have a note, black fine liner. So what did we do with black fine liner on Pepino? No, Cheeto. To get rid of all the cat fur. All the short, well-loved polys. Yeah, I have spares for all of them, but you know, gotta use them up first. I know I went in their eyes with black and white Posca, so I figured that much. I think I actually used the black fine liner to add in some extra fur lines, because they get a bit covered up here. Have you had enough now? Have you had your company? You good to go? Can I get back to colouring now? Thank you! He's created his distraction and I get my desk back now. Alright, that's a very chunky black Posca. Here's my fine black Posca, and I've still got my white and my ivory pulled out. And then it looks like it should be a white gel pen, but it's actually a black fine liner. Alright, let's start with Pepino. The other thing I'll need, because we're using polys, extenders, because again, there's my black that is stuck in the extender. Cannot for the life of me get this black Polychromos out of this extender. So I keep on using it, but eventually it's gonna have to come out somehow. Like these like tiny gap in there, so I try to shove things in there to push it out, but I think I need to get like a piece of wire that I thread right through, so then I can like pull the wire this way. So let's remember, how did we do the eyes? Yeah, just a simple gradient. Okay. Oh. Fix up this camera that Shadow has completely knocked around. So the eyes were Prussian blue, Helio blue, and a bit of black. Even though we go over the centres with polys, with Posca, I still coloured in the whole thing for the base. You know what I also should have looked at? I should have looked at what colours, because I'm sure I've got Pepino's toy written down as well. Not Pepino, Cheeto. Yeah, Cheeto output. Now, I don't think Cheeto gets any pink nose, no, because it's grey, because he's actually a black cat, so it's like a light grey nose. Gosh. So now we start the process of doing lots and lots of little fine strokes. No message from Mum. They don't have to go and pick her up somewhere. What I should do, so I don't have to keep switching back and forth, just so I can remember. I don't know why I took a photo of those two, they aren't on the page. So, next darkest would be dark sepia, which is a very, very, very desaturated dark brown. Yeah, even his pores are black. He's just a solid black cat. Just lots and lots and lots of little strokes. To simulate fur texture. It's part of the reason why I like to do this in polys, because can get that really sharp fine point and it keeps its point for quite a while, so you can do really fine lines. want some warm grey 6. Not one that needs an extender. A lot of my polys need extenders. But they've all still got enough length that they are quite usable. They just still need extenders. But I have lots of spares, so I could replace them with longer ones, but it feels like a waste. What I should have done, because I knew I'd be up to the cat stays, I should have gone back and watched the VODs and when I did the character page, so that kind of got reminded of how I coloured them too. But okay, I think it's working. That's right, I was going to grab a K and a Coke. Oh well. Get up at some point and get one if I want one still. I'm just feeling like more caffeine. I'm just getting into that really zen space when you've been colouring a while and you're just like content and peaceful and happy. lovely space to be in, but it does also make me very, very sleepy. It's like I'm meant to be streaming and entertaining. But also that's why we do the cozy vibes here, because especially when I start getting into the focus mode and it's like sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. I'm not sleepy, I'm just relaxed and content. Like, not too hot, not too cold, not in too much pain. The good, cozy, good vibes. Clear a bunch of messages while I'm here too. Very carefully color in the center of the eyes, including where the light spots are sketched in, because I add in my own light spots. This is one of the biggest complaints I hear about the book, is how weird the eyes look. But as soon as you color in the eyes, they look great. I like how they've sketched in the eyes because it leaves a lot of room for interpretation. Where's that little fine liner? So I am fairly confident that I used you to add in some extra black lines, the fur around the edge, but also deepen up some of the real dark shadow areas, because the primary color used on Cheeto is the black. So I use this with really fine strokes to deepen up some areas. And if I needed to do extra fur lines around things, I could as well. Grey, definitely needs to be a black cat. Once we add in those white highlights, it might make a difference as well. Give a moment for that Posca to dry. anyone else like have those games on their phone that are just there just to be the mindless companion for a while. I have like a merge game that I've played for years. Just my zone out game. I also just recently downloaded a couple of puzzle games because I've been really enjoying those. But sometimes before I go to bed I'll just play on my phone and do some puzzles. I ended up deep diving speed puzzles. The whole thing, it's quite fascinating actually. Ivy, hello. What brand of pencil extenders are you using? I genuinely cannot tell you. They are very cheap generic ones I got off AliExpress quite a while ago. I just looked for they came in like a 10 pack. These ones are Koh-i-Noor. I haven't been able to find them ever again. Found them at an art shop maybe a year ago, very randomly. Always regretted not buying more because they were on clearance and they were like $1 an extender or something like that. Something ridiculously cheap at the time. And they're really nice, but yeah, I've never found them again since. I'm pretty sure they're Koh-i-Noor. I think I found them once and they were like $20 an extender now. Like, I'm not paying that much for a pencil extender. That's just ridiculous. Okay. So now our black Posca should be dry, so we can get in here with our white and add in our highlights. But how are you going today? I hope you're having a good day so far. We are very close to finishing this page in Neco's Story of Precious Cats. So I just have done Cheadle's eyes. I still feel like Cheadle needs a little bit more deepening. I'm also debating pulling out a brown Posca because I do have one. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. He's got a little crumbs on his face and they get lost. So we're just going to use the brown Posca. Just add in the little crumbs. It's not quite 100% the same brown, but at least now they pop out. It's so tiny, you probably can't even see. Bring you right in. So we're working on Cheadle here. And you might just be able to see the little brown dots. I don't know, it's pretty tiny. But yeah, Cheadle is our black cat. And then we've got our two tabby sisters and we've got Ginger Heek colour. And then once our kitties are done, that is actually this page practically done. We'll just do a look over and see if we need to darken anywhere or highlight anywhere, add in all those finishing touches. And then I do want to add in some glitter to the sky as well. And then once all that's done, this page is finally done. It has been a work in progress for goodness knows how long. Okay, it mustn't have been you that I used because you're not actually sticking. So I think it was the other fine liners that I have. You're a 1.0. I want my 0.1. Well, 0.05 will work. What brand of fine liners? Honestly, whatever fine liners I pick up. This one is Unity, which is a store brand of the Warehouse, which is like a Target here in New Zealand. It's very cheap, but it does the job. Again, that's my rule for a lot of supplies. I don't care about the brand as long as it's not too expensive and it does its job. So because Keto is a black cat, I use the fine liner just to add in some really dark pieces of fur and really push that black just to make it more obvious, because otherwise he comes across looking quite grey, and we do have a grey cat, so we want Cheeto to be a very dark black cat. But of course, like, the black Polychromos pencil isn't actually a pure black, so we need to deepen, make it look right. Gosh, I think I need to go to the bathroom again. Not surprised, I've drunken so much coffee today. His work on this picture is lovely. Thank you so much. I am very pleased with it. I will be very pleased when it's done because it's been a work in progress for so long, but I do love how it's going, and it's going to be really hard not to just jump immediately into another picture in this book because I love this book. But we also have a lot of things I want to colour in this book, so it means, you know, got to work on other things too. There we go. We might go in and add a bit more to him later on if need be. How dark did I go with him out here? Yeah, see, I went quite a bit darker, I think. Looking quite brown, but it could also be because he's on white here, so he pops out a lot more. And we don't have the grey cat on this page, so I don't have to be as conscious. Another pass. Just lots and lots of little strokes, making all that fur texture. Oh, you know what I didn't shade at all? The tail. Oh, good job, Amy. Good job. I did all that shading work and entirely forgot about the tail. It has to be something. Here I was thinking, yay, first kitty done. Not quite. Not quite. the tail's pretty straightforward and it's a real tiny area, so only so much you can do here. Okay, right, well while we're here with Cheddle, let's colour in his little soft toy cat, which takes 270, which is warm grey 138 is our purple. Leave is this, yep, violet, black. 179185. I believe it's a brown ochre. Color chart. It'll be easier if color chart. 179185. Yeah, 185 is Naples yellow. And then 179 is Victoria. That's our yellow shading. It's the real tiny amount of shading on the soft toy. But this is also part of the reason why I wrote down these colours, so that I could keep it consistent. Speaking of tiny Polychromos pencils, they should probably be popped out. I love that he carries around a little cat plushie. It's so cute. So cute. Oh. How do you keep track of all those tiny pencils? Well, they have numbers on them. And yeah, just I have I have replacements for them, but I don't want to like swap some of these because you can still use them. Like, I can still use this as long as I put it in an extender. But a big part of it is also making sure I put things back in the right slot in the pencil case, particularly if it's really, really tiny. Because then if, for example, Naples yellow, the number's being sharpened off now. But I know that in between these two is Naples yellow. So as long as they go back in the same slot, then it makes it easier as well. Now, are we going to pull a bunch of these same colours out for the next step, the next cat? Yes, but I'm still going to put them all away just so that I know that everything is back. No, you go that side. And yes, I know the order of my pencils colour off by heart because I've used them that many times. Okay, so back to a fresh start. And now, do we do heat first or do we do the twins? The twins do use almost identical colours, so let's do heat first. Since he's a bit different. Some of his colours are used on the sisters, but... Right, so we want... Actually, no, you can stay folded. Right. And then my greens colour chart. $158. We want deep Colbert. I can't word. We want that one there. And then after 158, you want 163. I'm pretty sure that's like grass green or something. Emerald green. Nope, for permanent. Leaf. Emerald. That's the green of his eyes. And then we want 128, which is a specific pink that's used for his nose. 128, light purple pink. Like 128. And then we want 280, which is burnt sienna? Burnt umber. 280. 253. I think is 283, sorry. Yeah. Burnt sienna now. 188. Coppery brown sanguine colour. And then 186, which is terracotta. They pulled out to begin with. Good night, everyone. I'll see everyone next live stream. All good, Amy. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad you could pop in. Have a wonderful night. I hope your mythographic page went well. And yes, we'll see you next stream. Alright, here's our sweet little ginger boy here. Start with the eyes. And our green. Every pink area gets a little bit of the light purple pink, but then it's actually shaded with gingery browns. It makes more of like a peachy pink colour. But we won't forget the tail this time. The same as before, lots of little really fine pencil strokes. Alright, there's our timer that it's been another hour. So every hour we take a little break, we put down the pencils and we do some form of self-care, whether it be a little stretch, a little break, anything like that. I'm going to pop to the bathroom because I need to pop to the bathroom again. So I'll put you guys on the break screen just for a minute while I pop to the bathroom. I encourage you to, at the very least, have some water and hydrate, but also take a stretch. Do you need to grab a snack? Do you need to take medication? Do you need to put washing in and out of the machine? Like, what can you do as some form of self-care to look after yourself and set you up for the next hour? At the very least, as I said, make sure you have a stretch and make sure you hydrate, because we should be doing that every hour. But yes, we'll just go to the break screen for a moment and I'll see you all in a few minutes. So much better. Right. Apologies about the delay. I just went and had a quick chat with Mum and caught up with Mum, who is now back. And the reason why Shadow's not hanging around here, because now Shadow can hang around with Mum. But yes, bathroom, grab some caffeine, grab some sugar, say hi to Mum, and now we'll carry on. I got my little example here. Hope you're having a good day or evening or morning out there. That your colouring is going well, or your whatever you are working on is going well. Nice and relaxed and enjoying all your creative time. So itchy at the moment. Definitely allergy season. So I'm trying to colour just as a ginger kitty, and it reminds me a lot of my childhood cat JB. He was a glorious ginger cat. He was called JB because we had these jelly beans that were called JBs and he used to eat them. Specifically the black ones. Oh, Shy, hello. I'm still sickly. So will Lurky. Oh good, hun. I hope you feel better soon. Thank you so much for the lurk. You know you're always welcome to lurk here. We're a good lurky stream. We're just chilling and vibing and working on this picture and being so close to being done. And thank you for doing the shout out for the beautiful chai latte nebula. Wow, I'm wording wow. Oh, losing a plot. Wonderful game streamer here on Twitch is on a little bit of a break as they move, which we understand because that's what I had to do too. But hopefully we'll see them back soon. Might help if I sharpen the pencil. slightly. Peel over a layer of the pink. There's my black. Right, we'll give that a moment to dry. We can draw on the highlights and then Heek is done. 2 out of 4 cats. His eyes look a bit like soulless voids at the moment. I just realised that my chat box when I came back from break is like it doesn't remember the chat. It starts it fresh every time. Have to fix that up after stream too. I just realized I colored in the soft toy wrong. Colored in the thingy yellow and it's actually teal green, and the yellow is its eyes. While we wait for Heek's eyes to dry, let's quickly fix this up. This isn't technically the right green, but it's going to be more yellowy regardless. Let's get out that Naples yellow again. An extender. Good thing I went back to the reference photo and looked. Yellow is for the eye of the soft toy. Work. It's again not the normal green I'd use, but a lot more blue in it, so it'll help counteract that yellow a bit more. Meant to be a bit of a bluey green. It'll have to do. It'll be the closest we can get. It's so minuscule it shouldn't matter too much anyway. I'm also thinking I'll hit the camera, apparently. I'm going to use a little bit of warm grey just to go over the teeth, because the fact that they're pure white really stands out. They shouldn't be. I thought I used some Posca highlighting on them too. I did. That is where the ivory Posca came in. So I might have to go over some of these. I've gone a bit intense with some of them. They need to be just really tiny, subtle highlights. I'm definitely ready for bed. Excuse me. Okay. I think that's all good there. Once again, even though we'll be pulling half these colours out, just for ease of brain. Do, 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 do. Green section's a little messed up, so I might have to look at that later on. I've already forgotten who's who of the sisters. Pipuri and Pepino. So Pipuri is our more gingery cat. And then Pepino is the darker of the cats. Okay. Start pulling colours. Really need to redo my color charts at some point. These are two that we'll be working on. 2, 4, 6 is on my list. I have 2, 4, 7. Oh no, 2, 4, 6 is Prussian blue. Duh. Duh, Amy, you pulled this colour out before. Two, 4, 6, 1, 5, 7. Ooh, dark indigo. Okay, not the same colour as your brother. Interesting. 1, 2, 8, and it's meant to be a pink tone. Yep, light pink purple. 199 is the look. Have a little black, but we'll pull the full size out. Alright, 175 is dark sepia. 280 is, I think it's the burnt umber. Yeah, burnt umber. 275 is the warm grey 6. We want 273, which is warm grey 4. And we want warm grey 2. Warm grey 1. $103. 283 is our burnt sienna. 280, which I feel like is already... No, it's not already pulled out. Oh, that's... Yeah, no, that's burnt umber. I've already pulled that out. It must be on my list twice. It is on my list twice. 103. I feel like that's a very light colour. Is that cream or ivory? Yeah, it's ivory. Okay. 103. 283 is burnt sienna. 188. Isn't that like walnut? Tangerine. And then 283 is the burnt sienna, which I pulled out. So, yep, 188 is the tangerine. I pulled that, and then 186 is the number I'm looking for. So we want terracotta. Ugh, so many colours for the sisters. And that's just one of the sisters. That's the more gingery of the sisters. Podge, hello, hello, welcome in. Yes, we got a new overlay. Welcome in. We are back working on our, oh my gosh, my face is so itchy. Working on our Candy Gingerbread Village. We are very close to being done with this spread. Very, very close. So I literally just have the two sisters first to go, and then like Posca touches and glittering the sky. So very, very close. But how are you going, hun? Oh my gosh, so itchy. I feel like I got Shadow's furs stuck up my nose. So we're going for the more ginger kitty first, which is this one. Out with the eyes, because that's an easy. And that's just a simple gradient. I am also itchy. The hay fever season is in full swing. Yeah, I'm also in hay fever season, which doesn't help. Which is making me feel really, really itchy, but I feel like specifically I've got cat fur stuck up my nose. Shadow did like rub against my face before. So I do feel like there's also cat fur up there that's just making me super, super itchy, but definitely the season's also making me feel itchier in general. I'm usually not too bad, but I'm noticing it a lot lately that I've actually been quite sneezy and itchy. I'm not very congested today, I'm just itchy. Right. Pink. So we do a layer over the inside of the ears. And then the nose. Get some, and that actually extends up a little bit. Then if we could see the bottom of the mouth, we'd also put some at the bottom of the mouth. Right, so there's a couple of colorways here. So we have our greys and our ivory, and that is actually the white fur section. And then on the darker fur sections, we switch between brown and ginger, which are the rest of these pencils here. Like, I'm so close to being done and I just feel so sleepy all of a sudden. Like, I kept on saying we will be finishing this today, and I'm so close to finishing it. If I can at least get the cats done, I can do the glitter off stream. Yeah. I'm sitting here going, so sleepy. But no, I want to get this finished. I'm not having this page on Tuesday. I want to do something else on Tuesday. I wanted to do something else today. I was hoping to get this finished so we could start a new page. It's taken a lot longer than anticipated, but there's also been a lot of distractions. It's usually the way. Caught up with a friend yesterday and they set a date for their wedding. It's hard for them to get time off at the same time, so they're marrying on Christmas Eve. Oh, I love that. Excuse me, sorry. This won't take me long, I'm nearly done. Yeah, famous last words, I know. I know. Oi, oi, oi. This yawning needs to stop. I just said this yawning needs to stop. Come on. We do have a slight problem in the fact that I feel like I'm being hit by a chronic fatigue wave. To start, that was the wrong pencil colour that I pulled out. That doesn't help. So if you've never experienced a chronic fatigue wave before, like you're trying to swim through jello, everything feels sluggish and heavy and Like, if I'm driving and one hits, I have to pull over and close my eyes. Because you're going to drop like that. And I can push through, but it comes at a really bad cost. It's not 100% sure if it's just I'm suddenly very exhausted or if it's a wave hitting, but I will know in about 10 minutes or so if it's a wave hitting, and if it's the wave, I will just have to end regardless of where I'm at. It's not what I want to happen, because I want to finish this off. But I also know working through a wave is just not okay. I'll be up your way, but probably only briefly. Ooh. Let me know. Let me know, because I might be able to swing a quick catch up. Oh gosh. I don't want to end here though. That's the thing, like I'm so close to being done. It feels ridiculous. And I don't want to have to wait until next stream to finish this off. Which means I'd just be finishing this last little bit off camera. Like, I can do the glitter off camera, I can do the Posca review off camera, that part's fine. I wanted to get all the kitties done, but... Oh, whoa, no, there it is. Sorry, folks. I can feel it. I can feel it. If I try to push through one of these, I get the world's worst splitting headache. Yeah, it's like the brain starts shutting down and everything is fighting through jello, and I could just feel that wave hit me then, and it's like everything pushes down, and it is not something you work through. It is literally like I am going to go to bed, put my head down, and I am going to pass out immediately, because that's how one of these waves hits. Yeah, brain is saying shut down now, and if I push through one of these, it is hell on earth. I've made that mistake a couple of times and it's really awful, unless you experience chronic fatigue and understand these drops. Yeah, we're not even going to raid. I feel bad. Is there anyone that's an easy raid target? Where is my raid panel? I don't even know where my raid panel is anymore. Can I raid being not an affiliate? I don't know. See if there's an easy place I can drop you where I feel okay not even coming in and saying hi. Nah, no easies. No easies. Alright, we're just ending here. Too much work. Yes. Words. Insert ending words here. Yeah. I'll see you on Tuesday. Brains shutting down and stuff. Look after yourself. I'm gonna go sleep. Bye everyone. Trying to do this. That one.